And now that the stream has started, I will start the music. What do I need to do here? I need to make sure that chat is working. Need to make sure Twitch chat is working. Why didn't I hear the dink for that one? Twitch chat, why you being a little bitch? Oh, Social Stream Ninja just died out. Cool. I had so much that I wanted to do for the layout, and I spent so much time just adding these freaking health bars. Let me tell you. It took so damn long.
Door.
There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. We're good here. Everybody in. We gotta do the whole Sirenscape thing. Okay. Okay. I think we're good. Now let's see if the transition's gonna work right or not. That'll be the big thing here. Hey. Hey, look at that. Almost like I know what I'm doing. We know that's not true, but it's almost like I know what I'm doing. Almost. So, hey, hi everybody. Happy Valentine's Day. This is episode 41 of Adventures from Amethil, which is crazy. And unless something really left field happens tonight, it will be the party's last night for a long time in Sandscale.
Yay!
I didn't actually prepare for that, but okay. Woo!
Can we get out of here yet? I can taste the sand too much.
No, not yet. There's still places on you that there isn't sand. And until that changes...
I call bullshit. How many times I face planted? I call bullshit.
There's still places on Esmeralda that there isn't sand. Now we got to get everybody conditioned. Yeah, so testing this out tonight for the first time, but we have working health bars. So I've never been able to get that work. So if, you know, something happens like Roderick were to accidentally shoot themselves, bam, look at that. You see the health update automatically. And then Roderick were to get healed for that same amount that he just shot himself. Hey, look at that. That's pretty neat.
Heal revolver, my favorite kind.
I'm waiting for John to try to figure out how he's gonna phrase that one, where he's gonna make that work.
Healing bullets.
Mm-hmm. I'm waiting for it.
Just like the video I sent earlier.
I didn't see it, so I'm gonna pretend it doesn't exist.
Thrain's gonna help me show that it works.
Stand still, Thrain. Bah! Shit, it didn't work.
Oh man, not again.
I did send that video, didn't I?
I have no
I don't
idea.
think
Yeah, I did. Okay.
I don't remember it, but I don't click on every single video.
And then
Nice
also
stabilizing.
for the players, two more things. So there is a plugin installed that should remind you if you have reactions that you can use. And there is a plugin installed that if you are prone, when it comes to your turn, it will ask you if you wish to stand, it will do it automatically, and it will automatically reduce your speed by half. So when you go to move, it'll control how much you can move. I don't know if that last part's going to work or not, but it at least should tell you that you're prone. Do you want to stand up? And you can click yes. All right, who is doing recap tonight?
I got tired and I fell asleep.
Okay. So last session began with a mad scramble of everybody getting up out of the sand hole before they got buried. And, well, Thrain almost didn't make it, and using a fate point, he thrust himself into using the Blessing of Dusk. But it didn't work so well as he transported to what he believed to be the Shadowfell. It was a big plain of mostly nothing, except a tall, 20-foot tall, gangly creature with long claws, horns, and no eyes. You can do recaps in. I see your chat. Okay, he's not listening. Good talk, buddy. Good talk. No, it's fine. And as he has this thing charging at him, it says, "You don't belong here." He asks, "Where's here?" And it doesn't exactly respond as it keeps charging, so he hits that bad boy with a guiding bolt before it rakes its giant-ass claws against him, and he hears a screaming in the back of his skull that starts reaching forward. And he tries to hit it with necrotic damage, but that doesn't really seem to work, as he is struck once more, and everything fades to black, to void, to nothing. And a voice appears in his head, saying, "It's right, you don't belong here. I shouldn't even be able to be speaking to you right now. But here we are." It says that he's dying. And does he really think that Morden doesn't feel his doubt? His blasphemy? That this is going to be an empty table at Morden's mead hall when he passes. And he could either pass and die, or he could wield death like a blade and become their divine avatar of death. And all he has to do is say yes. And so, spitting back onto the sand, we have a very injured Thrain. But the scars are mostly healed, and he is alive. He said yes. This is all happening right about as Nell and Roderick arrive. Quickly, Desmond and Nell get to healing Thrain, helping him up, and we start to carry back to the boot, as there's not much we can do here. There's just a massive pile of sand. We make our way back to the Obsidian Boot Inn while we try to figure out what happened. We stop into Nell's room because it is closest to the door for our heavily injured friend. Heal him up and go to check him over notice a large purple scar under his armor. Thrain's not really responsive. He's not really talking and seems to have a 1,000-yard stare. I mean, he's responsive, but he's not all there. Nell's helping peel off the armor to check out this wound. And pretty much as soon as they get his armor off, he shoves her to the side and bleh, there goes all of the 6 times a day's worth of food that he's been forcing into his gullet as of recent. Since the grip of the Wand of Orcus is no longer on him and he is no longer experiencing this ravenous hunger.
Replica.
Sure. Can't interrupt me. It destroys my train of thought. Every time. Okay, he's throwing up. He feels quite feverish, and Nell's just running around at this point because his wounds are all healed, and we don't know how to proceed from here. He seems relatively fine, other than that he's burning up. And these new scars across his chest feel cold. Nell ends up getting a cool cloth for his head and trying to create a herbal tea. And that's when he starts talking to Desmond about, I think I went to the Shadowfell. I think I saw a Sorrowsworn, and he starts to describe the creature he saw. And that's, I believe, when they decide they should speak privately, and Roderick and Nell give them the room, as this seems a bit more intense. Thrain describes the creature in greater detail, and how the wounds were and the screaming in his mind. And Desmond says that's not possible. That would mean it was a Nightwalker, and not even a Revivify spell can bring someone back from being hit by a Nightwalker. And that this plane he was in was not quite the Shadowfell, but something deeper, the negative plane. But Thrain describes a teal light that he was seeing. This is a tear to the Shadowfell from the negative plane, which very much so stresses out our dearest Prince of the Shadowfell, because that's not good. That's how the bad things get in. And after they finish having a discussion about all that, and this being who asked Thrain to be the divine avatar of death, Thrain basically begs of Thrain to embrace this in any way he can, because there's a chance that if somebody can bring back from a Nightwalker injury, they could fix whatever's going on with the Shatterkai and the Sorrowsworn. Once their conversation is finished, they start to bring Thrain into his own room. Nell brings in the herbal tea, which they were just finishing up down in the kitchen. Gets him that and just starts essentially treating him like he's got the flu. And Roderick continues to be a blindfolded and enlightened individual, and's gonna maybe get some dirt to rub in Thrain's wounds. I don't know. While Thrain rests, Desmond goes to his room, and Ava, his white raven, who was sent to him by his sister, flies out the window, and he's just like, hello? Where are you going? Goes outside and follows it to the northern gates, where it's just sitting there on the archway watching a carriage approach. And off steps Esmeralda. a Shatterkai of the House of Blue, or the House of Night, and our dear lovely Christina. She explains that she is a friend of Desmond's sister Ciri, and that since his sister was worried, about a month after Desmond came to the material plane, she went to come after him to ensure that he was all right and communicate back to Ciri. She's like, well, now that I found you, where's the nearest inn? Where are we staying? And she goes to the inn as... Meanwhile, while this is happening, Nell had gone to the barracks to check with the High Blade about what they could do, explained what they knew of the situation with the caving in of the dig site, while omitting some details. For example, how they had ended up getting the rune that they had been looking for. And that Thrain had been injured. He says that he's got his men investigating it, and when they're ready to go down and inside to attempt a recovery mission, that he'll send for us. And Nell heads back to the inn. Nell arrives back shortly after Esmeralda just walked in, as Desmond is still standing there outside, looking up at the Raven, looking at the cart that's driving away, looking over towards the inn where Esmeralda just went, looking confused, running his hand through his hair for all the random things that have happened through the day. And is like, you want to get lunch? I think I'm about to go get lunch. Nell's like, sure. So we go and we sit down. But Esmeralda's being led up the stairs, and Desmond's like, not to my room, right? Not to his room, but the one directly across from him. Her room's already been paid for, and the people around her being oddly really nice to her. Might have to do with that she's really pretty, but that's just a theory. So she ends up coming down after settling in and joins Desmond and Nell for lunch. Desmond sends a message to Roderick that there's somebody that he's going to want to meet and to come down to lunch. And so Roderick saunters his way down the stairs and on over to the restaurant side of the tavern and sits at the wrong table because he's still blindfolded. You could totally manage this, right? Nell walks over, helps him over to their table, and they begin a discussion about who Esmeralda is, why she's here, and everything that's gone on so far. Is she able to protect herself in a fight, or is she going to be a liability? Is she nobility? Blah, 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 blah. Shortly after that, Thrain ends up making his way down and is like, boy, didn't take you long to replace me. Sits down, orders a meal, joins us. Discussions continue about Esmeralda's Shatterkai way of thinking, and aka back to thinking that they are cream of the crop, best race, 10 out of 10, totally superior. Desmond explains that Thrain is looked on well by the Raven Queen, and that he's been given some blessings. It's mentioned that nobody here is expendable, and that we're not just peasants, we are his advisors. After this talk continues, member of the Dragon Guard comes in, lets us know that they're preparing to head down for the expedition to try to do any form of recovery. Nell stands up. Desmond asks, "Is this an order?" They just kind of shrug, but he goes, "Sounds like an order to me." And everybody gets on up, and we head over to the dig site to see if we can recover any bodies or anything. Everybody goes down into the hole that isn't Roderick, along with some Dragon Guard, as they continue to attempt to dig around the sand to see if they can find anything. Not that Thrain and Desmond have mentioned, but the sand is maybe 50 feet higher than it was before, so these people are definitely not recoverable. But there is now a giant cavernous hole that seems bottomless. When Nell throws a torch down it, it just keeps going until you can't see the light anymore and you never hear the torch hit the bottom. After a while of searching around, doing a little bit of digging, the Dragon Guard say they're going to report this back as a total loss. But we say we're going to stay because we need to check out some more things. Truth is, we noticed a little cave across the way that's not quite a cave. It looks very man-made and rectangular, like a hallway with a few bits of glittering light. Desmond had sent in his familiar, who he was looking through at the time, and let us know there was a lot of gold and jewels in there. Desmond poofs his way on over there, looks around. The gold that was sent over, Nell has no idea when it was from. It is before their lifetime. Desmond sends back his familiar with 2 potions that happen to be potions of flight. Once that gets mentioned, Nell looks at her berries and eats one that is light blue with a cloud-like texture, and they begin to fly. After they do this, they realize, wait, I don't know how long this is going to last. They decide they're not going over there, which is probably good when you're doing experimental flight. Meanwhile, Thrain and Esmeralda take the flight potions that Desmond sent, and they go to check out this little cavern area that is filled with jewels and gold, higher on the outside to lower in the middle. And there is a statue of a man holding a very well done scimitar, about to strike down another statue that is on the ground in front of him that is displaying lots of fear. Esmeralda's walking around taking notes of all that she sees. After a bit, Thrain goes, "I'm gonna go back because I don't really trust this potion to not wear off before I'm already over there. I don't want to mess up the timing on that, so I'm gonna go now." He heads over. Esmeralda shortly follows, and meanwhile Desmond is in there using detect magic and identify object. The scimitar turns out to be magical and is a +2 weapon. Outside the cave, back over the giant cavernous hole on the sand, Nell, Thrain, and Esmeralda's flight potions end, while the Dragon Guard impatiently look on, and Roderick has finally put up his blindfold and put on his goggles so he can see what the hell's happening, and he actually sees Esmeralda for the first time. And right about as this happened, and Desmond has finished identifying the objects, he reaches up and he grabs the scimitar from the statue, and that's where we ended it at.
Yeah. I will say, Capital, it's been a while since I've seen you. How are you? I see that you are going ham on on Streamloots cards. If you don't mind, you've been here. I appreciate you, man. You could actually roll for the coin toss. Keep me honest. Is it exclamation point roll for that, Sin?
Yeah. Exclamation point, roll, space, 1d20.
Beat you.
All right. Well, you two stop doing that shit so Capital could do it, and I know which one is Capital's.
Hey, I didn't fail. That's fine. I didn't get a 1.
Two D10, eh?
6. Was it 2d10 for that one? It was 2d10, yeah. So 6 platinum will be added to the party inventory next time you guys actually loot something. Ba 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 ba. Done. And then we also have a Table of Fate for Thrain.
I don't have that chart, the table saved.
Primordial Shackles. Prevents all hostile NPCs from moving more than 10 feet for 1 round. So we'll hold on to that one. If combat does happen, you will be able to unleash that.
Okay.
Let me add that to your effects real quick so I can make sure that... I need to figure out a better way of doing like the dice roll like that, but making it where I could also somehow have it where it could be attached to tables and whatnot.
Yeah. Cliff.
Yeah.
4 and 5. I think you need to modify number 5.
Nuh-uh. You don't
I
know.
feel like how I feel for a round.
Nuh-uh. All right, cool. So, Desmond, you grab the scimitar out of the statue's hand, and as soon as you do, the statue crumbles into a pile of gold coins.
He like doesn't move. He stays stiff the way how he was holding it. He just looks down at the statue. And he like slowly puts it down on the ground and like looks at his own hand.
Yeah, you got a nice looking scimitar in your hand. Like I said, now that you're actually up close and you can inspect it a little bit, it has a real nice leather grip attached to the hilt, and it's dyed like a deep red, almost brown. It has really, really good balance to it. Like even with just a little bit of movement you had with it, like you could feel like as you're moving down, it sort of moves with you. And despite however long this thing has been here, it still looks perfectly sharp. And that like razor fine edge actually has just a strip of gold going along the edge of it, whereas the rest of it is otherwise steel.
He'll take out a rag from his pocket, like wipe off the dust on it, put the rag back, inspect it for a few seconds, then start walking towards the exit.
Yeah.
And once he gets it there, he's gonna look across, see that everyone actually made it across, then he's gonna take out his wand and teleport back.
Thrain's still swimming.
Nah, we done swimming at the time. Just done swimming before you even finished casting.
Sin, go ahead and give me a D10, please. Hey. Yep, you point the wand and that sort of wisp of like black smoke kind of trails behind you as you find yourself standing on the other side of the 50-foot chasm. As the rest of your party, sans Roderick, is waiting at the bottom of the cliff to get back up.
Desmond's walking forward, like twirling the blade around in his hand, looks at the rest of them as he walks past them. I don't think there's anything else here for us. Let's get going.
And with a nod, they make their way. Nell makes their way over to the harnesses to get brought up.
All right. The Dragon Guard that are up top sort of seeing all this weird shit going on, like Nell swimming around and all that. When they feel a little bit of a pull on the lines that they have down from you putting on the harness, they run back over to the crank. And when you're ready, who's the first three going up?
Desmond will be one of the first ones.
I'm in no rush.
I forget the three that came down first would be the ones that go up first.
That was not me, I don't think.
Yeah, it was we're of the three. It is just the four of us down in the hole now. So
It
Esmeralda
was-
was last to come to join us.
Okay.
She didn't come down until Ava dropped a coin in her hand.
Okay. Then the three original party members fasten themselves in, slowly get brought up at however fast a person can crank a pulley system. You guys get a nice little like jerky kind of ride back up. Much more inertia than coming back down when you were headed down, which is fairly smooth. Up is a lot more sluggish and by the time you get up to the top, the Dragon Guard are just looking puzzled at you all. What were you guys doing?
The Eclipsing Order has us check over things twice and thrice thoroughly in certain circumstances and measures that it took a while. Desmond walks past them and goes to Roderick.
Give me a deception or a persuasion, please. Your call.
I'm so good at that, though.
All right.
So
The guy like goes to say something, and then as you just start walking, he's like,
just mask still on, doesn't like look in their direction or anything. Just like as soon as he makes it up, looks at Roderick, starts walking.
you can see the guy was gonna say something, and he's just like kind of dumbfounded, like. And then you see him walk over and start whispering to one of the other guards. And then after everybody's unfastened, they send the final one down to get Esmeralda.
Nell will
yeah.
be waiting for Esmeralda to get to the top before they start walking back towards the city.
Okay. If you want, you can even give them a hand with it. Someone a little bit
Sure.
stronger than the average person cranking on that would probably be a little bit better experience.
What? Me?
If you want to go ahead and give me an athletics roll, you can.
Sure.
All right. Yeah, in Esmeralda, as you get fasten yourself in. You get lifted up a little bit, and you feel like a slight drop, and then it's pretty smooth from there on out when Nell actually starts figuring out like the proper speed to move at to be just a continuous crank versus like at that first kind of with the weight of everything moving, you get that downward thrust. So you get an actual pleasant experience as you're slowly lifted to the top. Desmond, while that's happening, you're going to talk to Roderick.
Yeah. Still fidgeting with the sword, swinging it around. Makes it to Roderick. Grabs it by the blade, holds the handle out towards Roderick, waits a few seconds. Here, Roderick.
Ah, yes, Desmond.
This might benefit you the most out of any of us. I would take a look at it later. And he like gestures the handle towards Roderick's hand as he's looking for it.
He'll grab it, feel over it, check its weight.
Yeah, give
kinda
me
twirl it around.
give me a perception roll with advantage.
If he double nat one says he gotta cut his hand.
Nah.
Just complete straight face. Why did you do this, Desmond?
Yeah. So with a 13, as soon as he puts it in your hand and you like give it that first just test swing, like you immediately can tell that this is a finely crafted blade. Like it just cuts through the air effortlessly as you start moving it around. And like just the first few swings of it, like you already feel like you know the weighting of it, you know how to maneuver it. It feels, you know, very akin to the blade that you already have, but like the weighting on it's even better than the one that you have.
He's like balances it like on one finger, and he's like, "Huh, where did you find this?"
I took it from an ancient tomb.
What?
I checked thoroughly through everything, and there was nothing going on in the area whatsoever. It's just a sword.
You took it from some ancient. Okay. See, humans where I'm from, we don't mess with ancient tomb stuff. Take stuff from them. It's gonna be cursed.
There's no curse. Right there.
Now I'm cursed. We both cursed now.
I checked. There's no curse.
Oh, okay.
The blade is lined with gold. You might want to take a peek at that. That might pique your interest.
Alright. Yeah. Swap blindfold for goggles.
Yeah, and as you're looking at the blade, like I said before, like you see it's a finely crafted scimitar. The handle of it's made out of a dark red leather. It has gold trim on the hilt and the cudgel, and the blade itself is like. Hearing him say you found it from an ancient tomb, like you look at this blade and it looks like it was freshly forged. Like there's no battle wear to it. It looks pristine. And then on the very edge of the blade, it's just gold at this razor fine tip of it.
Well, what are your plans for this?
You can keep it. I know you said
He's
you wanted
sheathing
to.
it.
Like stops mid sentence. I can probably duplicate it in a few days if I had the time to look it over.
Ah, duplicate it. Without curses, right?
Might be able to throw on something so you can curse other people.
Hey, Now we're talking. All right. Good plan. Did we find anything useful for like whatever we were here for?
No, this whole thing was a bust.
Yeah, I
Like
figured.
Desmond starts walking back to the town.
Yeah. He's following you and it's kind of like keeps checking the blade every once in a while and like gives like an approving nod and keeps walking.
So you don't even wait for Esmeralda to get all the way up. You just start walking away.
Yep.
Not you.
I'm
Oh.
assuming Nell would
I
get
don't
them
care.
up pretty quickly.
Yeah, so end up pulling Esmeralda up, and now by the time you get her up, you turn and look and see that like Roderick and Desmond have already started to make their way back towards the city.
Nell smiles at Thrain. Thank you for waiting for us.
Mm-hmm. Some people.
So, what was it like over there? Nell's just asking as we're walking away from all of it. Once out of the earshot of the Dragon Guard words.
A lot of gold. You're muted if you're trying to talk to us. Okay.
Just a lot of gold, and apparently a sword.
Yeah, two people in the middle. I don't know.
People?
It,
Were they aggressive?
they were gold. Right, weren't they? Were they, Cliff?
Oh, statues?
Yeah, there was a statue,
Yeah,
two people.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Statues.
That's the word. Yes.
You had me nervous for a moment there. You've had a rough day, I understand. A little brain fog. All right, well, let's head back.
That actually is thinking just going back down to 1.
Yeah, forgot to reset that, sorry. And Megan, don't forget you got your Nat 19.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, so you all head back, and Thrain, Nell, Esmeralda, as you're walking back up, the Dragon Guard you see them staying behind, and they're packing up some of the things, and they're having a conversation with just the group of them that are there. They're in sort of a tight huddle, and they're talking, and you see that like as you're walking away that they're like looking over their shoulder at you all, and then they return back to their conversation.
What they saying?
Um,
I'm tired. That's right.
I'm tired. I only rolled a 18.
Well, I'm like, I had a +4 to that. Why does it only say +3?
Hey, John.
Mm-hmm.
For no reason in particular, can you give me a wisdom saving throw?
Got you. Wisdom save, not check.
Thank you.
Cursed.
Mm-hmm.
Has
If it
nothing
is,
to do with
that's
that.
two. I was gonna say if it is, that's 2 for 2. That Desmond was not able to do magic stuff,
It
magic item stuff.
has nothing to do with that. So the guards, as you're walking away, you can hear them saying, like they're basically like, should we investigate? They went further in. I didn't even see anything over there when we were down there. And you hear him talking about like what you all were doing.
Not gonna say anything. Just gonna keep walking. Just trying to listen. I don't like people whispering behind my back. Especially if they're looking at us funny.
But yeah, like the entire conversation is essentially revolving around what you guys just did and essentially the explanation that they were given from Desmond.
Okay.
All right. Then you all head back into the city proper. Is everybody just heading back to the boot? What's the game plan?
After walking into the city, Esmeralda is going to look at Roderick, and she is going to look at him in not an evil way, but almost an angry, upset, like, I don't like the way you talked to me earlier way, and just tell him, next time you wish to intimidate me, try working a little harder.
Intimidate?
As she says this, you get this feeling inside the pit of your stomach of absolute terror. Not in the way of like you're afraid of her, but for some reason the words that she said have resonated to you in a way that have just, you have this strange paranoia just racing through your mind right now.
He like takes a step back and he like pulls his coat away and like he's got his hand like close to the handle of his gun, but he's not touching it, and he's just like staring at her through the goggles.
Like I said before, I mean you no harm. I just wish you to know that how it's done properly.
Intimidation is when I pulled my finger on my trigger. What I gave you earlier was just a warning. Should I feel the need to intimidate you, you will definitely know.
I'm gonna say that like you probably wouldn't speak to her in this way.
With the fear you're having right now.
He's saying this and his voice sounds very unsure. It's like almost cracking like a fucking 13-year-old or something.
I want to intimidate you. I'll intimidate you.
Definitely trying to posture, but it's not very effective.
Okay. Just glad we cleared that up. And it's just gonna start walking.
Yeah. And technically speaking, while frightened in this way, you basically need to make every attempt to get as far away from her as possible. Technically, it says you would have to take the dash action and move away from them in the safest, most direct route away.
Okay, so it is fear, not intimidation.
Right, yeah. Like I said, it is a fear. Like you are, it is absolute paranoia that you have right now. It's not, like I said, it's not fear like you're scared of her, but for some reason, the way that she said it, it has like woven this paranoia in your mind of like, maybe like, you're second guessing the way that you presented yourself, or maybe you're second guessing like her way and you're trying to find like some hidden meaning in what she said. And it's fucking with you to the point of like, you're terrified of the thought of this, but it's not a traditional, it's not like she cast fear on you.
Yep. He's gonna take off into the crowd then. We're inside the city at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna just take off running, disappear into the crowd.
If I wanted to intimidate you, I'd have my finger on the trigger.
Nell's just gonna look at Thrain. What?
Yeah, Desmond like just stops walking and then like his head slowly turns and looks at the rest of the group. Did he have somewhere to be?
No?
I. It's been too long of a day. Walk up, sit down at the bar.
Yeah, and like, oh wait, no. All right, that makes sense. I was about to say, you guys were far enough back that you didn't catch that, but Esmeralda was with you, so if she caught up to you guys, and yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys would have heard that conversation, and it would have been like, to you all, it's super innocuous. Like she just said, basically, I didn't like the way you talked to me, and then all of a sudden you hear Roderick's retort, and then Roderick like is like backing off as he's talking, and then he just like loses himself into the crowd. Roderick, you have this condition on you for an hour.
Oh my god.
Of just stay away from Esmeralda?
Yeah, unless you are attacked, damaged, or you witness one of your allies being attacked or damaged, this effect will last for an hour.
All right, what time of day is it?
Like mid-afternoon, mid into late afternoon.
Yeah, he will effectively stay gone.
And like as you're navigating the city by yourself, like the conversation just keeps replaying in your mind over and over, and you're creating like these new hidden meanings that might not have been there, and you're just honing in on it of like, maybe she meant this, maybe she meant that, what if she's gonna try this?
His echo is gonna step out from him, and he's like, "Did you get the same feeling that I did?" And I don't know, Cliff. Does he?
I'm gonna say technically no.
Okay.
I think the way that we've already established that he is sort of an independent creature, they're like, nope. So yeah, he steps out and he's like, you gotta get a grip, get a hold of yourself. You're ranting like a lunatic.
Nah, man. She did something. I don't like it. I don't trust it.
All she said is she didn't like how you talked to her.
No. See, it's the way she said it. Gotta read between. Yeah.
We don't do that.
You know the figure of speech and all. You know.
I don't know. She just, I mean, if someone pulled you to the side and had the conversation that you had with her, how would you feel about it?
I feel like thanks for letting me know. So if I have something what is no bad intentions, I'll be like, maybe not.
middle of you saying that, he like pointing, looks at your hips, like, ooh, what's that?
Oh yeah, you like that?
He pull his out and he's all bullshit. He reaches for his gun to see if it's a gold gun. What?
Ooh. You're just kind of like trading back and forth, like looking at each other's shit.
Is it a gold gun or is it?
No, no.
Oh,
He looked to see if he had a gold gun,
no.
Ah.
but he don't.
Would have been cool.
You had to like talk to your mirror Desmond, tell him to go to like a cursed place and like grave rob and tell him to check it for curses though. Check mine for curses. You should make sure. Yeah.
Did you say a gravesite?
Yeah, like an ancient tomb or something.
Now, see,
So-
like, on my world, like, there's curses in those. You don't mess
Right?
with.
That's what I said. But he got like Shatter Kai stuff that like cleanses the way his magic work. It's complicated. I don't want to go all into it.
You already lost me, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, me too. I lost myself, and yeah.
He's like, all right, I'll do that.
Yeah. But anyways, telling you, it's how she said it. There's something going on. It's more of that Shatter Kai stuff. And if you notice, we getting outnumbered now. It's like me, you, I mean, 2.5 because because of Thrain's height, we'll cap half. But like, there's more Shatter Kai of us now than there is like not Shatter Kai. This is starting to seem, like that invasion is happening. Maybe we didn't know it was already here.
I mean, during that big battle, Thrain did some Shatter Kai shit too.
He's one of them.
Half of one.
Half of one. Yeah.
So now there's 3. There's 2
Yeah.
halves. Yeah.
You're like, what's that
Does
make?
Roderick know that Nell's half?
Nell openly talks about it, so
Does Roderick know?
It's
Still valid.
Megan answered with logic.
Yes. Foolish.
Yeah. Roderick's like, well, I didn't know what to tell me.
Give up.
Yeah, so you two have your conversation throughout the city. Is like at every break in the conversation, the thoughts just start racing back to your mind. What's everybody else doing? Thrain said he's going to get a drink.
Get a drink, have lunch.
Before Thrain takes off, Desmond will like pat him on the shoulder. You and Esmeralda, I want to have a talk with later tonight. And Desmond like looks back at Esmeralda as he's saying this.
When?
After dinner, just before bed. Just want to reevaluate everything, make sure all knowledge is known about our situation now. And I guess it feels right to include you into this.
She's just gonna kind of shrug and be like, "Okay, whatever you say, Desi."
Just gonna get a slow nod, like he understands what you're saying.
Just sort of like talking to Thray, just slowly look at Esmeralda. And just look back.
Nels just like looks at Esmeralda, who just said Desi, looks at Desmond to read his reaction, looks at Thrain again, and is just trying to assess why Thrain's being included in the Shatterkai talk so much. When Nell's been trying so hard to figure out for themselves all the Shatterkai stuff and try their best to be welcoming with the whole fucking thing, and it's just they just sigh. I'm gonna go try to see if I have more clothes. I feel like the sand has whipped the fabric right off of mine. I'll be in town.
Desmond will like nod as Nell says that as they walk out. And Desmond will head to his room.
I'm drinking strong today.
I feel like if anything, I would try another meal to see, just to give it a chance.
Cliff, I think you're muted.
What you drinking?
Dwarven mead. Going stout.
Okay.
Dwarven stout. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a con save.
Do I have to though?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah. You kind of been dead a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you order a tankard and start drinking it. You get about halfway through it and like you're like
Do I? Damn, don't. Damn. Alright. I was gonna have less restoration prepared. It's like, fuck this.
Esmeralda, you head into the restaurant. Are you on the bar side or the restaurant side, Thrain?
Our side.
Okay. So Thrain off this side, you're off to the left in like the more restaurant in the food area. And I think you're by yourself at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So same type of thing, you know, you go in to sit down and a barmaid comes up and gives you a menu. And, you know, you can order pretty much anything that you want off the menu. And then, after a few minutes, they'll bring it back. Go ahead and give me a D100 roll, Christina.
Okay.
54. So, you asked the barmaid, like, to try something different. You had, like, the salad earlier, so you're like, you know, I had a salad. What is the opposite of what a salad would be? And she points to something on the menu, and you really don't pay much attention to what it is, so you're just like, okay, yeah, I'll do that. And after a few minutes, 20 or so minutes, she brings out this plate, standard size plate with a steak that is like overlapping the plate, sort of like hanging off the sides of it. And the meat, though it's cooked, like it has like these striations of like a red and like these striations of like a purple in it, and then obviously just the regular like brownish red meat color that's on there. And she sets it down and she's like, you know, enjoy. If you need anything else, feel free to holler. And then she places a small vial. It basically is like a little potion bottle, but only about 2 inches tall or so. She sets it next to you, and she's like, "That's just in case you need it."
She's gonna just kind of like look down and like take in the size and like half-minded saying thank you and just stares at the food.
Yeah. Is Esmeralda someone who typically would enjoy steak?
I wouldn't say it's not something like they wouldn't eat. I'm thinking the sheer size of it is what's getting to her.
Go ahead and give me a con save. Yeah, so as you start eating it, it's delicious. It's well cooked, it's tender, it's juicy. And a few bites into it, you start getting like a numbing in your mouth, sort of like as you may equate to like something like eating like Szechuan, like not numb as in like bad numb, but like that tingly numb, like a spice or a pepper would do. But other than that, it's delicious.
I feel like she's only gonna eat half, and she's probably gonna like. I mean, I don't feel like they would save food.
That's
I'm
fine.
gonna try and save it.
That's it. That's what you want to do. You can. Thrain, you're feeling pretty good after one. You having any more?
Regular mead.
Regular mead? Okay. Regular mead, go ahead and give me a con save with advantage. Because you're already kind of, not quite 3 sheets to the wind, but you're at least 2.5. Okay, yeah. And that one, like, after that dwarven mead, that one goes down like water.
Takes first drink, looks at it, the tankard, looks inside, make sure it's actually mead, continues. Like,
Yeah, you might as well be drinking seltzer water right now.
he had to make sure it wasn't.
Nell, what are you off to do?
Nella's doing some clothes shopping just because they have felt lately like they aren't presenting much like a leader, and they're not going to wear the court attire. They're just in their peasant clothes that has been, poor people clothes, really. So they're off to go. Okay. Do that. But get themselves some fresh threads.
Sure. There's no fucking way. Okay. So you head off and you do that, and you go to one of the seamstresses that are in the town, and like pretty much everything that they have there looks like it's built for formal occasions or something that you would see more of like the upper echelon wearing. Is there any color or anything that is more striking your fancy right now?
Anything along the lines of like a purple or blue, really.
Okay.
More purple. Periwinkle-ish.
Okay. Yeah, so you see this
They're
this.
not trying to be buying something fancy. It is going to be like they are wearing this day to day. They just want to look less like a poor.
Yeah. So no, this is like regal looking, but not like necessarily like something you'd be afraid to just wear out. But they show you this this like periwinkle tunic, and it's like sort of a hybrid between like a utilitarian tunic and a nice upscale blouse. And from the material, like you could feel it's real durable material, but like aesthetically it looks very, very upscaled, very like I said, very regal. And like as they notice you watching, looking at that one in particular, the seamstress comes up and they're like, "Oh yes, that's you. You should try that on immediately." And they show you where like a curtained off area is, and they're like, "If you see yourself in this, you will know you made the right choice."
They smile and shake their head. No harm in trying. And they try it on. Little self-conscious about it at first, as they're not used to being so nicely dressed looking on for casual clothes. But it's nice.
Yeah,
They
and
keep, like, kind of pulling at it, trying to, like, I feel like it's a little exposed.
you have to like step out of the curtained area, and they have like
Yeah.
a full size mirror there. And as you like pull back the curtain to look at yourself, the seamstress is like standing there, and they like drop the pencil that they were holding, and they're like, "By the gods, that looks like it was made for you." And as you say, you look like you're exposed. Like, no, it's perfect. It's tactful, yet sexy, yet commanding. It says power.
Nell's looking themselves over again. I've never been a fan of exposing my chest. I'm sure like the wraps of their binder is like visible in it or something.
They're like,
Is
that's
there any way you could do something to cover a little more? But
if that's what you wish, I could, yes.
Nell nods and just other than that, it's perfect.
They like reach down and they pull out this sewing kit, and they're like, for you, 15 gold and it's yours, and I can make the modifications to it right now.
We have a deal.
They're like, gold, shirt, and then they're like, just give me a few moments here, and they begin sewing everything up, and sort of like hemming up the seam a little bit, and they put a couple of threads along it to sort of recreate like a neckline to it, so it looks like it was all part of it initially. And after about 15 minutes or so, they like hold it up, and then they're like, "Here, try it on now to see if this is better for you."
And they do, and when they check themselves out in the mirror, they are grinning ear to ear. It's perfect. Thank you.
And like they're still just standing back, just looking at you like in wow. They're like, If I wouldn't have made that with my own hands, I would have sworn it came from the heavens themselves.
Well, you certainly did a wonderful job. Thank you.
And as you're getting ready to walk out of the store, a small band of Dragon Guard come bursting in, and they are like yelling, "Everybody here, stand your grounds and do not move. This is an official investigation." And you see them start like rummaging through the shelves. They're pulling out rolls of fabric. They're like looking at cloth, and they're being very like rough-handed with it all. Like areas where there's like neatly folded like linen. They're like picking it up and then like tossing it back down after they look for it. And after a few moments, you see them coming from the back room, and they have this roll of fabric that looks, from what you could tell, identical to the fabric that your tunic is made from. And they like set it down on the counter in front of the seamstress. And they're like, "Well, Quidove, how do you explain this?" And you see her like sort of a little bit standoffish, and she's like, "Explain what? What is this all about?" "You know very well that these are stolen silk. You do not have the right papers to be using these." And she's like, No. I've had those. Those are mine, fair." And they look at you for a moment, and they're like, "Is that made of this as well?" And one of the other guards just by the door was like, "Looks the same to me." And then the Dragon Guard's like, "I need to confiscate that."
Sorry, I was lost for a second there. Can I make an insight roll on the little old lady?
Sure, what are you trying to determine?
If this was actually fairly theirs?
Sure.
This cloth?
Best that you could tell, she seems earnest about it, but you don't know if she is or if you just want her to be.
Okay. I mean, sure, but what use is it to you if it's already been made into something?
It's of no use to me, but the rightful owner of this cloth wants all the material back. Any profits, anything made from this, is dutifully theirs.
Nell just sighs and walks back into the changing room. puts back on the old outfit and comes back out. All right, who's the real owner so I can buy it off of them then?
The real owner is a duke that is currently docked at Dunwich, the same location that a few crates of fabric was stolen from.
And what made you come to investigate a clothing shop in a different city?
We were tipped off of the possibility of this being here. We were given a description of what to look for, and and the guard goes over to the roll of cloth that's on the counter and unfurls it and like peels back like a layer of it. And in between two sewn layers of this fabric, you can see a crest that's on there. It's been sewn in. And they sort of show you the crest. And they're like, we were told to look out for this.
Nell just nods and looks to the owner of the shop. It doesn't need to be this fabric if you could make me something else like this.
As you're saying that, one of the dragon guards says, no, she's going in shackles. The total estimated value of the shipment was over 50 platinum.
Did you buy these off of somebody else that sold them to you? Nell says, looking at the shop owner with this look in their eyes like...
I bought it from my normal source. I was told it was high quality cloth, but nothing of this sort. You have to believe me. And the guards are like, that's not for me to decide.
Nell is already heading into the changing room to hand back this lovely shirt.
And as they as you hand it back to them, they take it and they like roll it up and they grab it with the roll of cloth. And you see a couple other guards have pulled a few other rolls from the wall. And as you're coming out of the room, you see another one of the guards shackling the seamstress. And as you hand everything over, he like kind of grabs the chain of the shackles and like pulls her, and he starts walking towards the door with her.
And Nell will follow them.
Yeah, I mean, you follow them out into the open, and they start like making their way towards the barracks.
Nell is going to follow them.
Like you get about halfway down the street, and they stop, and they're like, "Is there some place you need to be?"
Figured I could give my side of the story to the Highblade.
Your side of what story? That you bought a tunic? They kind of like scoff, and then they just continue walking. Every like
Nell
20 feet or so, they're looking over their shoulder back at you.
Nell eventually peels off to where they're out of the line of sight. We're gonna hit pass without a trace.
Okay.
If I can get to it. Ka-chow.
Go ahead and roll a stealth roll.
Alright. I can get to the right. things. Stealth. What a great roll.
Did that do the path without a trace?
It did not. So it should be 16.
Okay. Yeah, you peel off and activate your pass without a trace, and that sort of void light envelops you for a moment as you step back out and staying along like the edge of the streets as you continue to follow. You see him continue to look over his shoulder a few more times, and after not catching a glimpse of you, he stops doing it after a minute. And I mean, you see him march the seamstress up the stairs into the barracks and close the door.
All right. So just up into the barracks, close the door.
Yep.
Trying to mentally picture scene. Sorry. So Nell's gonna try to remain unseen, see if they can figure out where they're bringing this woman. Something doesn't sit right with them. This feels off.
Okay. I mean, how long do you plan on waiting for?
I plan on stealthing around doing investigative work for like 20 minutes.
So when you say investigative work, what are you ascertaining yourself? Are you like trying to look through windows and listen in, or like what are you?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead and give me a investigation roll.
Oh, yeah, danced on that 20 for a second there, eh?
Do you want to use your nat 19?
Not for this.
Okay. So like as you're kind of poking about through some of the open windows and trying to see what you can from it, you catch a glimpse at one moment of like the door opening up, and you can see the seamstress still shackled, like sitting in a chair, like within eyesight of the door. And you try to like move around. You'd have to get to like the front face of the building, which is like the hardest place for you to be able to hide, to be able to hear anything. And like as you're like on the street level and you like step up and try to peek through the window a little bit, you hear someone call out, "Hey, what are you doing over there?" And you like make your way behind the building and sort of like cut out of sight before anybody sees you. But you don't glean much more information out of it. And after 20 minutes or so of looking through this, you make your way like the long way around the building, back west, and then head back to the street proper, and then to start heading back to do what you want to do afterwards.
Disappointedly returning to the inn without clothing, apparently. Fuck, Cliff.
Blame Jay.
What the fuck, Jay? I just wanted a nice shirt.
Like this was one of those things of like you couldn't plan it any better. They had the wild magic table. I rolled a 10,000 chance wild magic table, and the one that it lands on specifically says targets closed or seized by the local authorities. Literally, it all happened within the time that you said you were going to get closed. It couldn't have been planned any better. I would have not thought of that one on my own. That was just mwah. Like the dice were really, really on at that time.
If there are any other clothes shops in town, Nell's gonna find a
No,
less
it's only
beautiful
one.
shirt.
There's like general stores you could go to that have like not like custom designed or not custom tailored shirts, but you could find something that is nice looking.
Still looks nice, but not as nice.
Yeah. It's not. It doesn't look like it was crafted on Mount Celestial by the gods themselves, but you know, it's still pretty good. pretty good for what you'd find in a general store.
All right.
It's like right next to the things of like I love sand scale and stuff like that.
It's a city. I'd assume there were some clothing shops for people who live here.
Yeah, for sure.
And then Nell is going to head back.
I need to update. I need to update the sand scale.
Locations.
Yeah. That's so funny. I have to mark this building now as temporarily closed. All right. What is Desmond doing?
Working on his weapon.
Okay.
Just waiting for anyone to come up and bother him or talk to him, or until after dinner when he requested presents.
All right. Did you do your rolls already today?
No. Did the whole thing with the temple start today?
Yeah, like this has all been one day.
Okay. So I'm assuming I can't do 3 rolls.
Yeah, you could do your one.
Okay, I'll just do one.
Hey, that's just enough. And you're actually crafting it this time, right?
Yeah.
So with this one, you just need to do what? Is this a rare you're making or an uncommon?
I think we said...
If it's everything that I'm thinking it is, I think it's a rare.
whatever level we're at currently, I think it was a level underneath that. Like the resources we're gathering.
It'd be common at that point.
Yeah, it's definitely not common. So
No,
you guys are
uncommon.
at uncommon now.
Then it probably is uncommon.
Then you
I know he
made
wasn't
it.
trying to make it a +1 or anything like that. It was just
Then you already created it.
All right.
You spent all this time researching it, and you're like, that was it?
Well, I mean, you spent all the time researching it, like.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah. So like you finally have a moment to sit down and do like things that you want to do, and you bust out your research and start going through the motions of actually following through your notes and putting it all together. And yeah, and after a few hours of work, you managed to knock this out. And I won't spoil what it is. You can describe it when everybody else sees it.
So after he finishes it, he just leaves it on his workspace, and he's just going to be like sitting next to a window for the rest of the day, going over his notes a second time, just reconfirming everything in his mind, and just not fully focused on it, but just enjoying the peace now.
Did you want to use any of your hit die to take a short rest?
Sure, I should.
You don't gotta. I'm just asking.
You can't hold and right click because then it won't get rid of all of them, right? Okay, let's do more than that. And one more. And another one more. Okay.
Again.
I don't know what to tell you, Adam. Everybody's at 100.
Okay, just figure I'd let you know.
Yeah, everyone's at 100. I don't know. I don't know what to do at that point. Otherwise, I'll start getting you guys into the red, and then all of a sudden, someone's gonna say something. Just gonna be like, All right. Yeah. So you chillax by the window after finishing it, just basking in the glory of how great you are.
Exactly.
Roderick, after an hour, all of a sudden that deep-pitted paranoia feeling that you had, like it, like just in an instance, like you're talking to yourself, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, never mind. You don't forget anything that you had, but like you just don't feel that deep-rooted paranoia anymore. It's just gone.
Something ain't right.
Do they have enough enlightenments to understand what happened?
Your echo's like, I'm telling you, dude.
Nah, we gotta keep a close eye on that one.
Your echo has the blindfold on, like, yeah, we should keep a close eye on that.
All right.
Maybe we need more enlightenments.
Nah, I think we just got all the enlightenments we needed. I'll let you know when I'm ready. And then he like starts walking off as the echo just kind of disappears.
You guys just walk in opposite directions and it just fades out.
Yep.
Do you guys do like a cool handshake or anything before you go? Like, all right, bet.
Nah.
Boring.
Draws too much attention.
Boring. What's your plan after an hour? You headed back to the boot?
Yeah, but he's not going inside. He's just gonna kind of look around and like peep in the windows, see if he sees anybody.
Okay.
From the group.
Nell, give me a perception roll. And Roderick, I guess if you're trying to be sneaky, give me a stealth roll.
Yeah, I guess that's
DC 23.
got that.
All right. So Nell.
Now give yourself a perception roll.
Oh, he's got the goggles on right now.
So
Plus the 10.
give yourself
So
a.
it's 28.
You can give yourself a perception roll with advantage. If you want to burn one of the charges of the goggle.
With a DC 28, because that still didn't do my plus 10 for...
Well, I'll say that he
Pass
is
without a trace.
using the goggle charge because he's looking for the devil.
Pretty fucking close.
That's an at 22.
Oh, it is a nat 20. Go ahead and confirm that. That beats a 28. So you're trying to sneak about and you're looking through the windows. What are you looking for in particular?
Esmeralda.
Yeah, you could catch a glimpse of her. Well, I guess Christina, what does Esmeralda do after she finishes half of the steak?
I would assume it would be like midday. I would probably go back to my room and start like sorting through my stuff.
I would say that this is late afternoon, early evening at this point. If that makes any difference.
Yeah, no, I think regardless, I would still just be in the room, like making sure I didn't forget anything and stuff.
Okay. So, Roderick, are you gonna be uber creepy and like climb the building in attempt to like look in to find her?
No, yeah.
All right. Give me a athletic or acrobatic, but if you're doing acrobatic, I need an explanation of how you're doing acrobatics to make this work.
I mean, honestly, if there's like a balcony or something, or like, is there anything up there, like, or just a ledge that he was like on before?
It's mostly just a ledge, but like the building has like these adornments of like not balconies because there's no way to like get out onto them, but there's like adornments in the windows that are like make them look more grandiose than they are. That you could get onto one of them and be able to see through a window. But we already established that Desmond is in the back because he overlooks the sort of the stagecoach houses that are out back there. And I said that Esmeralda is across the hall. So for you to be looking through, you are in the front street-facing area of the city, and you are sneaking to the what you think is the best of your ability. So you would be on like one of those front adornments, but there is like the main roof of the first level that you could get onto. So like you could feasibly probably do some parkour shit to get up to the roof and then sort of like pull yourself up onto one of the adornments.
Also, I thought because I'm Shatterkai that like it's more difficult for people to sneak up on me because we're constantly like on the lookout.
No, that was that one feat that I said you would have been able to get.
Yeah, there's nothing that you would have for that per se. But I will say, go ahead and give me a perception roll. Okay.
It would have been so funny.
Parkour.
Okay. Yeah, so like you're able to like run up like the wall by the main gate, kind of run up the wall a little bit and like jump to the first story roof and pull yourself up. And you make your way over to like where your where the balconies would be at, like opposite side of where you are. And as you are looking through, you could see Esmeralda in her room unpacking some things. Nell, as you turn the corner, you see Roderick sort of like moving like low movements and like sort of hugging the wall and pulling themselves up on a balcony on like this adornment. And you see them looking through a window.
What are you doing? Get down from there. Do not be a peeping Tom. What is wrong with you?
Gonna blow my cover. He's going to like shimmy down. So it's like, next time you're trying to do something stealthy, I'm calling your name. I'm blowing whistles. I'm gonna find an instrument and start blaring it because you know what you did.
Stopped you from looking into a woman's window.
No, that is an imposter.
Listen, I don't trust her yet either, but that doesn't mean you can look into her room's window.
That's not what I was doing. If I want
Really?
something like that, I just pay for it. Come on.
The results
Like
guy.
a normal person. Exactly.
Then what was your goal up there?
You know what? I can't tell you.
Okay. And Nell just goes inside.
Now, as you walk inside, you would see Thrain sitting alone at the bar, finishing up a second or maybe third drink.
And Nell is going to go sit with them and order themselves some also very heavy drinks.
By this time, it's just regular mead for Thrain.
Nell is ordering very heavy drinks.
Give me that con save.
Intentional failure.
Okay.
Nell is getting drunk.
Okay. Yeah. So you see Nell come in and like you hear them order the dwarven mead that you had, and before you even could say anything like how strong it felt for you, they're like, make it a double.
No, they've already finished it. They put like, you're like, man, felt really strong tonight. Nell's like, another.
The raised eyebrow, that bad?
There's just a lot happening. And
You get a chuckle. Tell me about it.
no matter what I do, if doing it wrong, I can't seem to catch a break. All I wanted to do was try to get a nice shirt. And then while I'm there, the dragon guard busts in and arrests the tailor and confiscates the shirt that I was wearing that I had just bought. I just wanted something nice.
Look at the bartender. 2 shots of the, I don't remember what it was. The dwarven, whatever.
Oh, the dwarven spirits.
Yeah. What were those a piece? 2 gold a piece? Or what?
I think it was 5 gold apiece.
Okay. I'm just gonna round.
And she nods and she comes back a few minutes later with 2 of the little shots, puts it down. She's like, whoa, you 2 are having a little party here, huh?
This is my last one. I had a rough day. They're having a rough day. Might as well finish it off strong.
It don't get much stronger.
Don't I know it?
She says like a dwarven cheer for you, like she just says like the word, and she gives you a smile and walks off.
Dwarvish cheers, and then bottoms up to Nell.
I'm gonna say Roderick. Not long after had walked in behind Nell and is just kind of listening to them talking.
Is he coming up to the bar to get a drink?
No. He's just kind of like behind you guys, just observing.
Hiding or no?
Not hiding. If you turn around, he's standing right there.
I mean, seeing Nell come in, I'll be like, look around. Oh, you want one too, Roderick? Before I purchased, or before I finished ordering.
Nah, gotta keep my senses clear.
Come on, just one.
You would like that, wouldn't you, Thrain? If that's your real name.
I'm gonna keep pushing you, and I'm drunk.
Come on! Just a shot!
I don't know if you could beat
Take a
that one,
shot
John.
with us.
You don't even have to
What is it?
roll for it because it's under a
Yeah.
10. You could just say you don't do it if you want.
What is that, a con save or charisma save? If you would have to, if I rolled high enough.
Honestly, anything that he could justify for why he doesn't want to do it. It typically would be a charisma save if you're doing it's charisma versus charisma, but
Okay.
could be
Yeah.
con if he's using his willpower to overpower your peer pressure.
Suggestion. Yeah.
I'm going to decline.
It says he's a results guy.
Nell's just continuing like vent ranting like this conversation didn't just happen. And Desmond's acting a little different now that Esmeralda's here, and I understand that he's a prince and that he's probably acting different because now one of his subjects is here, but he's acting a little different. And you and him and Esmeralda are gonna go talk about Shadowfell shit when I've been every single night going to talk about Shadowfell shit with him, trying to learn as much as I can to understand both the culture I came from and the people who are going to be coming to our world, doing my best to be a part of all of this. And I just feel out of the loop, not that it really matters. And I don't know. Starting to second guess everything.
I don't even know what I'm going up there for tonight. I gotta go try to sober up before I go up there. But wanders off for a second. Talking wanders off for a second. Yeah.
What was the name of that shop that you were getting your clothes from?
Who you asking this to?
No.
No.
The one who got clothes?
Well, I mean, technically, like a few people have gotten clothes or armor or other things, and it's Roderick asking. So, just making sure.
Nell's the one who was just venting about it.
The store was called Epoch.
And you said the dragon girl or whatever took it?
Yeah, apparently they had some stolen silks. And they had the emblem of the actual owner on them or something. I don't know. I followed them back to the barracks where they brought her. I saw which room they were put in. I tried to do some stealthing around and listening in. I didn't really get any information. She claims that she got it from her usual distributor, but whatever.
Okay. I'll be back. Also, be careful. I'm pretty sure, Esmeralda's some sort of witch. She did something weird, and you said that Desmond has been acting weird since she got here. Yeah, definitely a witch. I'll be back. He turns around and walks out.
There's a lot that I don't know how to explain fully that happened earlier today that I'm still trying to work through with Desmond, or I would tell you.
It's fine. You tell me when you're ready, Thrain. It just feels like everybody's become such close friends, except for towards me. I'm not trying to pressure you. I'm just venting,
Something's
and I'm not sure if it's
with me. And let me see something here. and he'll make sure. Yeah, I do. Okay. He'll put his hand to his chest. Touch spell, right? Oh, it's self only. So yeah. And he'll cast a spell instead of the usual dark, almost black of the magic. It's orange.
Well, that's different.
It was a simple spell that I could cast it to actually do something.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure. Well, actually, no.
We're all getting a weird, different magic now.
It wouldn't have been orange. I don't think.
I'm thinking it
Maybe.
would probably be black still.
I don't. Would it be black or more gray?
I would say it's probably like a very, very deep desaturated purple. Damn near gray.
A purplish gray, then. But still, same effect.
Your magic's going purpley too. My magic went from black to a blue purple. And now your black magic's going purplish. What's with that? Clearly the alcohol is starting to hit Nell.
Something else I'm gonna try when I'm not so drunk that I'll show you like at another time. I don't know how it would feel. I don't know if I can go through that again right now.
That's fine.
But I gotta go get rid of this so I can have a coherent conversation later and walk upstairs.
I'll be here, and then I'll be in my room. And I'll see you in the morning.
And yeah, just walk upstairs, a little slow, holding the wall. Go to my room and rest for a bit, just lay there. I'll grab some bread before I go. Try to soak up some of the alcohol.
As you get in the room and you lay there for a moment, like a part of you for a second, you look over at the chair where the wand was at, like expecting it to be there. Before you end up fading out into unconsciousness. Nell, are you headed up to your room as well?
After a night of revelry and probably selecting a random patron from the bar, yes. Nell is very much so just looking for
give me
a
a
distraction right now.
give me a charisma check with advantage, or you could do a persuasion with advantage if you wanted to, whichever floats your boat. Yeah, you have no problem finding your choice of company for the evening.
It's a woman. I was doing evens or odds for that.
Yep. So
Yep.
you sort of peruse the crowds for a moment and find someone that catches your eye and yeah, and after
Flirt and all
yeah,
that,
after a few moments of conversation, like you can already feel like you can already feel that you two have a mutual agreement. So
Hell yeah.
Christina, are you within earshot? I'm gonna assume yes.
Christina.
What is Esmeralda up to? So you eat your half a steak, head back to your room. What were you doing for the next hour or so? Are you talking on mute?
No.
I'm trying to finish my chip before I answered.
Okay, no worries. I just didn't want you to like explain it all and then have to do it again.
For no reason in particular. We asked about 3 times.
Um, if anything, she's jotting down. She's gonna be working on what, um, on her poetry.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a performance roll. To see how well tonight's efforts go. Oh, that 20 flirted with you for a second there. Yeah, so whether it be, finally finding Desmond after a month or so of looking, or whether it be this sort of new sense of adventure that you got to experience today that you probably haven't had much of doing in your lifetime, you feel more creative than normal. You feel a inspirational spark, and as you begin doing your poetry, like the words just flow from pen to paper, like almost like you're not in control of what you're doing here as you just start laying down page after page of poetry. And Desmond, at what point are you like gonna go looking for people if no one comes to see you? Because it's been a couple hours now and you ain't heard from nobody.
He probably wouldn't go looking for anyone.
Okay.
Like, he stays up all night, so he'd just be up all night relaxing. And don't really know what's going on with Thrain, so Thrain might be up all night too now.
Sure. So yeah, so I mean, you're sort of sitting by the window expecting to hear from Thrain or maybe Nell, and after a few hours, sitting through the window, starting to see the sunset and everything, you start getting the impression that like, all right, no one's gonna be bothering you tonight, so you have, you're left to your own devices for the most part. I'll give this option to everybody. Anything else you plan on doing for the night? Well, I guess Thrain and Nell, you really don't have anything, but anybody else?
That first ale hit a little too hard.
I'm figuring after like like an hour, 2 hours, she's kind of gonna glance up and notice that it's already nightfall, and kind of like rush to go see where Desmond is.
You rush literally across the hall. You're like, ah.
Well, no, because she doesn't know that he's in there, so.
No, I think we've already established that, like, you're right across the hall from him. Like, you would know that that's where... You might not know he's in there, but you know that that's where his room is.
Yeah. So, like, obviously that would have been my first place to check. So she's, like, running in the hall, like, and then knocking.
Yes.
I apologize. I was immersed.
Feel free to come in.
I'm just gonna go.
Did you see if Thrain was out for the night or if he'll be joining.
I'm assuming at this point she doesn't really know names yet. I did not realize that when you called, they didn't come. I figured he would have been here sooner.
I gave a vague time frame. They have their meals at different times throughout the day, and I said after dinner. Do you know if they've all eaten yet?
I know the one that you said was blessed was at the bar as I was eating, but I'm not sure about the others.
So Desmond will like point in the direction of where the bar is at and send message. And if he doesn't get a reply back from there, he'll point in the direction of Thrain's room. And both times it's just gonna be, it's time for a little talk.
You'll get a grunt after this, on the second one, like, Oh, right. Give me a minute. I wake up very headache, full swing, bloodshot eyes. Walk to the washroom, splash some water in my face. Stumble up to Desmond's room, knock,
Come in.
open the door. Bloodshot eyes, very disheveled, but there.
Fuck these guys.
Sorry, I fell asleep.
Today was a day, so I don't blame you. Before anything, do you not wish to have any information disclosed?
She's gonna. Are you looking at him when you say that? You're just looking at both of us.
I guess both of you. He like just looks up. He's still wearing the mask, so you can't really tell who he's looking at.
So after he says this, she's gonna be like, "No, not that I can think of."
I trust you enough to know if there's anything I should hide. Looking at you, Esmeralda, no offense, I don't know you enough to determine that. But if Desmond trusts you implicitly,
She's gonna look confused.
So, I guess I'm going to restate what is known, go over what is unknown, and lay out my plan of action and thoughts on everything. This was more of a me talking to both of you gathering rather than you two talking. First off, for your knowledge, Thrain, Esmeralda is a close friend of my sister. She's explained that already. And has been a close friend for a long time. When I came here, my family enrolled me in the order on recommendations. The Thrain was also part of the order, is part of the order, and after some time here, some circumstances occurred where a being older than time itself seems to have gained enough power to start interacting with this plane and are making strides towards releasing themselves. And that being killed all of the order, excluding me, Thrain, Nell, and Roderick.
Oh, hold the finger up. We did die, remember. Quillwise was able to bring us back. Quillwise is another friend of ours.
Along with this being that we call the Hag, that we are in opposition of, there is another being that says they are our allies and have chosen us. We are not working with or against this being at the moment, but we are in direct opposition of the Hag. This brings us to some circumstances that are going to be coming up recently. During one of our confrontations with a Hag and their controlled minions, a Duke from Durian was mind controlled, and when we rescued the leader that was being held by the Duke, we had to kill the Duke, which was officially us breaking a Durian law. So at the moment, we are wanted for that. And there will be a trial coming up in the next 2 days. The whole situation is rather confusing, and the leader that we had rescued, his name is Josiah, is the one that is holding us on trial.
So the one that you saved is also persecuting you?
Correct. That is mainly the reason we are holding up here in Sandscale. They offered us immunity from any persecution and are going to be providing us teleportation to Durian when the time comes. Nell says that they will be taking the stand and explaining our situation. The rest of us don't trust this whole trial and questioning, so we are going to be attending, but in disguise or out of sight.
Why not just unsave him?
As members of the Eclipsean Order, we are obligated to help the people of Amethil. And he pauses and sighs.
But he's not our people.
We are trying to make allies. And doing right by the people of Amethil is more important than a fast solution to a road bump.
Even then, the charges against us would still be there. They're not judged by him.
Like I said, the situation is confusing, and we are trying to uncover if there is corruption or something deeper going on. But at the moment, we have to play nice.
Would you call that an order?
A suggestion. Moving on from that, the being that is supposedly allied with us has us searching for these runes and doesn't really gesture to Thrain.
I don't have them. They're in his room. You gotta remember, he just crawled out of bed to get here.
He's got fuzzy pink slippers on.
And after like pausing with his hand out, he'll go to his book on his side, open to a blank page, and make a magical image of the rune and like hold the book out.
I can go get it if you'd like, but
It's not necessary. There are multiple of these that the hag is also trying to acquire in order to gather power. We don't really know how to access anything from these. We had just only acquired a second one mere hours before you arrived. So maybe with 2 now and some investigation, I can figure something out. But the tools we do have at our disposal is when we see Roderick, he has these engravings that were scarred into his chest that hold lost knowledge.
How did he get these markings?
From the being that's older than time itself.
if you ask him about it, he's not too enthused by these.
Do we have drawings of those as well, or will he allow me to look at them?
I have drawings of when they first started, but they have since evolved, and I haven't had the time to recreate them.
Cliff,
Yeah.
with my knowledge of the language, and you said we know those spells now.
Mm-hmm.
Is it something that I could theoretically write down?
It is something you could theoretically write down, yes. I assume you would do like the common translation, or are you going to actually write down the old tongue?
I'm going to try to write down the old tongue and then the common translation underneath it.
I will say that you have already had an experience of someone writing it down and it triggered.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fine.
Adam may have forgotten, but I feel like Thrain would remember. So if you want to, you definitely could do that.
Which one was that one? I know it was there. I just don't remember the name of that one. That one just go away?
No, it's still there. That one was the Cloak of Shadows.
No, the one for the language. Am I just
What do you
blind?
mean?
Wasn't there one that I was able to read and understand a specific language? Oh, hey, right there, Pact of the Infernal. The last little line of
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Pact of the Ancient Infernal.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna see if I can try to write that one down.
Sure.
Ask Desmond for some paper. Can maybe do one tonight. Write one down.
He goes over to his desk, grabs some scratch paper, and hands it to you.
And I'll take my time. Think real hard on it because it's an ancient language that I barely understand.
Yeah. So you write it down the best that you remember it. Desmond Esmeralda, you would see as he does this, his eyes sort of roll back into like this fiery orange glow, similar to the look that you see on the scar. Roderick, you feel that sort of icy hot feeling on your chest.
I'd love if he was just dead asleep and they start spilling this.
And you see Roderick, you motherfuckers! I think luckily for you guys, Roderick is not in the boot at this moment. And yeah, so you write that down, and all of a sudden, you get that head rush again of all of these ancient tongues sort of speaking in the back of your mind, and yeah.
And I'll say to them in Elvish. Actually, no. I can't. It just I can.
You can understand it. You can't speak it.
Yeah.
You could speak the ancient language, but comprehend language only lets you understand everything.
But you've had this work before for a speaking language. That
Hey,
time
I-
that he
think-
spoke Sylvan.
I think it
and-
was a misunderstanding of it.
Well, no, no. That's fine. If that's how we did it before, that's how we do it now. Then.
The very first time it happened,
Yeah, I
Thrain
spoke Sylvan.
spoke Sylvan, and that's when Desmond was like, "Hey, you use those words respectfully," and like bolted out of his rooms.
Okay, continue.
You be
He about
keeping
took my
my
head off.
people's language out your mouth.
Yeah, and I'll speak to them in Elvish or not or right. I forget this. Actually cast it. If you understand Elvish, you'll know, but you know, if you don't, it's a yeah. And then I'll write the actual translation of it.
Yeah, and the translation of it is like loosely translated into Pact of the Ancient Infernal. There you go. I updated your note for it too.
Yeah. And then I'll hand that over. That's the safest one to write down. That way, no one gets hurt. Because the last time there's a chair in a room. Yeah, it was not fun.
Yeah, I don't think I forgot about that shit.
I'm not letting myself forget about it.
They're in a trial, someone in the back. But my chair!
And that one broke my chair, Your Honor.
Ask him about the chair, Judge.
Boo this man!
She's just gonna go ahead and take the paper from him and glance over it and kind of like put it in her pocket to look at it later.
Okay.
And Desmond like sits back. That, I think, explains our situation with the whole hibiscus. We have a map showing us possible locations of other rooms.
That's also in my room.
At the moment, that's all we're really going off of. Now, with our people in the Shadowfell, talking over the time that we've been in the Eclipsean Order with Thrain, he has shown that his beliefs and practices align very strongly with the way our people worship and our beliefs. And recently, he has also been able to tap into some of our magics and our blessings.
Can I try something? Looking at the both of them.
Kind of look at you skeptical. Try what?
This feeling that I have. Want to see if my suspicions are correct. That I want to share with you guys before anyone else.
As long as you do not cause harm to him.
To him, I don't think so. To myself, last time I did it, it hurt a lot. And no backup to a wall. And
She's still gonna kind of inch closer to him.
try to shadow step across the room.
Yeah, so you see Thrain do something that you've only seen him do a few times prior, when using a channel divinity, as he gets one of his what are they called? The arcane focus.
My amulet.
Yeah. There's an arcane focus, that's what they call it.
Yeah.
As he pulls that out, and as he does, he closes his eyes for a second, and you see him step across the room, very similarly to how the both of you would be able to do that. And as he appears, like sort of in that almost smoke-like poof, when he turns to you, you see his amulet for a brief second just glow this purple and then fade out.
A lot less painful.
Your magic hasn't always been purple.
No, it has not.
Purple is a house of religion in the Shadowfell. It's appropriate for you.
Then it'll just more hand on his arms, just cast guidance on himself. This to actually glow from his hand, and then back in.
Desmond will like actually just like pull off his mask and like go in and lean in on like one shoulder, just looking into it.
Just like, oh, what the? Like, what?
It seems this is taking hold of you more rapidly than I thought it would.
I realized earlier when I cast light, I only saw it for a brief second till the light took effect, but the subtle change that
It's subtle, but if all of your magics that you cast have that effect, the House of Gloom would open you with wide arms.
house what?
Gloom.
Okay.
Are you sure about that?
It's more of tradition rather than my say. And the house as a whole, not the family.
Given the teachings that we were shared before coming here, I don't see that happening.
We can only hold on to our teachings for so long. We are moving to an entirely new plane, and there will be an entire civilization that will have to be integrated.
It will take the families a lot longer than it will the rest of us.
I'm not doubting you, but as for the reason Thrain is here at the moment, he is somewhat of a special case. On the topic of that, the half blood, half Shatterkai that we had introduced you to, Nell,
The one who thinks she's in charge.
the official leader of the Eclipsing Order, they have Shatterkai lineage. This is going to be the first time I'm divulging this information with either of you, but their lineage goes back to none of the 5 houses of Duskfall, but rather the Raven Knights that directly were given orders from the Raven Queen.
I
The
don't.
Raven Knights should all be extinct.
That's not right. Cliff said that it was the King's Guards.
The Raven Queen's guards.
I thought you said it was his family's guards.
Mm-mm.
We don't have a
Okay, I'm
specific name for
confused.
them.
Never
They're
mind.
just under the House of Dusk still.
Got it. Never mind.
Yeah, no, your lineage actually goes all the way back to protectors of the Raven Queen.
I don't feel like that's knowledge that I would be aware of. I feel like that would be more like a House of Dusk information.
All of the houses know of the Raven Knights.
The houses, but not the people. I would feel because of my upbringing, I wouldn't really know.
It's for you to say. either way, Desmond looks at Thrain. For your knowledge, the Raven Knights were not under any of the houses and did not need to abide by any of our laws or rules. Whatever they were ordered and whatever tasks they were given, that was law to all Shadowkai. Their tasks superseded anything that we could have told them. And like I said, they should all be extinct. When the fight for the Raven Queen's life was at hand, all of the Raven Knights were called into action, were called back home to defend our mother. And I've, since learning from where their lineage comes from, I have had concerns and worries and doubts of their intentions. If they are still around and alive, that only means that they either deserted the matron or have some other intentions. I'm not accusing or making any rash judgments at the moment. My sister should have the markings and can figure out or investigate their direct lineage. But until I get that information back, I have been keeping Nell at a multiple arm's length distance.
I don't know if it changes anything, but they are noticing in their starting to think they're doing something wrong. Something's wrong with them, from what they told me. So if you're trying to keep it under the table, maybe drop an arm length.
I understand, but Nell is hundreds of years old and the leader of the Eclipsean Order and looking to be leader of Amethil. They can tough out it. Back to Thrain. Just recently, during one of his blessings, he was transported to the negative plane and was struck down by what were they called?
Nightwalker.
Yeah, Nightwalker, and was brought back by someone with the capability of reviving someone that can only be revived through means of a wish. And during that time being brought back, he was chosen to be their divine champion. And now he's showing signs of one of the houses and has the same blessings as us. So he has, I'm not sure if willingly or unwillingly, been tied into this whole situation. During his blessing, his teleportation, he's seen a rip in the negative, a rip in the Shadowfell that's going to bleed, that is going to start tearing into our home and affecting our people. So we are even more now so than before on a very tight time restraint.
All the more reason for us to avoid this trial you speak of and continue the search.
The trial is a necessary evil because that will give us the ability to travel this land without being persecuted. So far, I have been preoccupied with these runes and this entire happening with the Eclipsean Order. But now, finding out about these tears in our plane, my focus is going to have to switch to finding these artifacts and magical items to fuel the spell that I've been preparing.
She did tell me to help you with whatever you need. If this is your wish, then fine.
I think that summarizes everything. I know Roderick brought it up, but Esmeralda was trained under a noble family. They are capable adventurers. So there's no need to worry when it comes to that.
Can I ask, just so I know what abilities you have, what you are? Like, I know I'm a cleric, but you can say no. Just trying to get more information so I can know if I'm still one of the few people who can heal at a range.
I am a jack of all trades, would be the best description I could be willingly giving you.
Okay. I'm assuming that includes the ability to heal. If you had to,
Yes.
that's all I ask. So there are times where desperate times call for desperate measures. I just want to make sure it's someone else I can rely on.
Yes, I have no problem with healing people.
You want
Did
to
you
go after
mute?
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying I want a cookie.
Okay. Hell yeah, get that cookie.
Love that I could hear her laugh from Sin's mic.
And Thrain, as soon as I get any information back from my sister, I would openly start sharing any information I have with Nell and Roderick and the entirety of the group. But if their family are traitors or plotting against the Shadowfell, I need to take precautions. But Nell has proven to be useful and trustworthy.
What's one more secret?
Esmeralda, I guess this is also relevant. Nell has shown interest in ruling over Amethil.
Try that again.
How would that work if we're still planning on staying here?
If my plan ends up coming into fruition, we would still have Dusk Hollow. It would just be moved to this plane as its own continent. And if that works out the way I want it to, we would have Dusk Hollow and we would be allied with Amethil.
I don't remember. Is Dusk Hollow just the city?
Mm-hmm.
Just the city, but it's a fucking ginormous city.
City the size of this continent.
It's not quite that big.
But our people are used to having more.
I am trying to not step on toes. And if it turns out that whatever's going on in Nell's lineage is acceptable to why they are still around, having them as an ally would mean open invitations to our people on this land.
You know, I never understood the logistics of politics. But whatever you say, I'm pretty sure Siri would agree.
And Desmond just leans back and puts his hands behind his head. We There's still a long ways to go.
With that, she's just gonna kind of get up and start pacing and kind of like making her way towards the door, but not like really leaving it.
If either of you have any questions for each other, I guess now would be the time to ask. If not, I will be here all night if you had any questions you would like answered one-on-one.
Not that I can think of.
I'm debating whether or not she would ask. She's gonna look at him and shake her head, and then I guess this is where I will see you later. And then she's gonna go to her room.
Get some rest, Rain.
Nah, just sleepily walk out to get a nod. And walks out.
All right, so Roderick, for one, what do you do when you feel your chest just icy hot up randomly as you're like navigating the city?
He just grits his teeth and like, shoot somebody today. And then keeps walking.
So what are your plans once you get back to the boot?
Gonna walk in, look for Nell.
I mean, you walk in, you do not see them at the bar or at the restaurant.
All right, going up to their room and knocking.
Rhythmic thumping stops. Just a moment. They peek their head out the door. And it's like just their shoulders and stuff at the door. Definitely like hairs missed. What's going on?
Oh, hey, Nell, and he pushes his way in.
It's strength check.
Strength or I guess technically it would be athletics or acrobatics against Nell's athletic. And you do have a nat 19 you can use if you really want to be a dick about it.
What's my skill options?
Acrobatics or athletics. Acrobatics, you're trying to force the door open, but if you're going to try to like squeeze through...
Try to slip in.
Do you want to use that nat 19?
No, Roderick. No.
Okay. As you push your way in, you see a lady in Nell's bed who quickly pulls the covers up and kind of makes a little shriek.
Oh,
And Nell's only got a shirt on. You end up finding out. And they're like, Roderick is there, like pulling the shirt. Get out.
oh, sorry. I was just gonna be a minute. Sorry about that. What? You know what? The bartenders, he's got better options. You can pay a little bit more coin and get better than. But
I
anyways,
didn't pay for her.
but oh, okay, that makes sense then.
Get out.
No, real quick, I got something for you. So he's like holding up like dresses to you, like these fabrics that he has draped over his arm. He's like pulling up each one, like, yeah, this like I think I got this about right. All right, you like any of these? He's like just like puts them into your hands.
I see what you're doing and I appreciate it. Please leave. Can we talk in the morning?
Not appreciated around here. Okay, yeah, just did the witch say anything to you?
As you say that, you feel your chest burn.
They're fucking casting shit. Where are they?
I don't know. Nell's obviously drunk as well.
What, they left you out of the loop? Or whatever the fuck they're doing?
Yeah, leave.
Okay, so you're not one of them. You're on the
Push.
outside.
Door is closed and locked.
Fine. You hear him like walking off. And that he's going to go to Desmond's door.
Yeah, so by the time you make it upstairs to where Desmond's is, you would see Thrain stepping out of the room.
You motherfucker, you casting shit on me.
You get a chuckle. Oh, you feel that? You felt that?
It's cute. Yeah, alright, yep, Yeah, I'll be you.
How long did that last, Cliff?
What?
The language comprehension.
It lasts an hour. It's still active.
I'll say it in Elvish. A language you'll have never heard me speak before.
His eyes get big.
Just kidding.
Who's in there? Is Desmond in there?
No, I'm just in there in Desmond's room by myself.
I don't believe you.
I wonder why.
Roll an insight
Walks
check,
right
Roderick.
past.
I got it. Easy. Nothing goes over my head.
You do believe him.
Hang on, for this to be fair. Okay, yeah. You believe me.
He's just gonna keep his eye on you as you walk past. Like, if you look back, there's two Roderick standing there with their arms crossed, just nodding their heads like,
I'm drunk and I'm going to bed. I don't have enough energy to deal with you.
Speaking some weird language now, huh? It's all making sense now. Thrain.
It was Elvish, by the way. You ever wonder why your chest was burning?
According to you.
Rolls his eyes, keeps walking. Doesn't even turn back.
So, must think on this. He's gonna go back to his room, lock the door. Him and his echo are pacing in like opposite like tandems.
I would, if I had two channel divinities right now, I would have poofed to the end of the hall, just to fuck with Roderick more.
Is there anything else anybody else wants to do for the rest of the night?
Nope.
I'm gonna give Christina like 10 seconds to yell.
She says no.
Perfect.
I believe you.
All right. Do-do-do. You all have the trial tomorrow. You go to sleep, long rest, wake up. You have the trial tomorrow. You have one last day in Sandscale. Are there any unfinished tasks that you have in the city? Anything else that you all want to do before parting from the sandy deserts?
Nella's
Can we
gonna look at
burn
the
it down?
outfits that Roderick gave them.
Yeah. So Roderick gave you two sets of fine clothing. So they are good quality. And they also gave you a quarters outfit, which is something that you would typically see more of like a noble wearing. It would be like their like fancy wear that they would be all gemmed up and adorned with jewelry when they're at a ballroom. So you got one of those as well. And they are all within like the blue purple color wheel. The best that Roderick, human without dark vision, could do inside of a dimly lit area that has clothing.
You saying too much, Cliff.
Yeah, Nella's gonna go knock on his door once it's time for humans to be awake. You know, after their morning training and shower.
You hear locks unlatch. Then
More locks
Roderick
than the
pokes-
doors actually have. Click, 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 chain, click, click, click.
Roderick pokes his head out with the goggles on, looking at you, looks down the hall, pulls you in, closes the door and locks it.
Click, 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 chain, click.
Exactly. So what'd you find out?
I wanted to thank you, but also ask you where the hell you got these.
You don't need to worry about that, results guy. You're welcome. So
Results guy. Who
Uh-huh.
am I paying for these?
it's already taken care of. Look, you were upset about clothes and everything. You know, messed up your whole day. You were there drinking, heard that and everything. When I was like feeling that low, I was given this blindfold, changed things for me, hoping it did the same thing for you. You got a big trial thing that you were insisting on going on. So, yeah,
Thank you. I appreciate you trying to cheer me up.
so why didn't they invite you to whatever they were up to?
It's something to do with Thrain and his things that have been happening with like how he disappeared and stuff. They wanted to talk about that.
Why couldn't it include you? You're the leader of the Eclipsean Order.
I don't know.
So you're being left out of the loop, but the new girl is invited to this secret little powwow. Interesting.
I figured it was some private Shatterkai business.
But aren't you one of them? Thrain,
Not really.
See, see, me and him. As you like look to your other side, Echo's there, and he's like doing this like identical shit to as Roderick is, but in opposite order. See, we figured that Thrain is secretly one of them. He's just like really fucking short for some reason.
Half a one.
So that's why he's secretly from there And because you're not, he gets in on the secret meetings and you don't. They're up to something. I think the invasion has already started.
You sound awful paranoid for somebody who said he was welcoming the invasion, as you're putting it, with open arms.
Not necessarily open arms. And I figured that if it was going to happen, I would be in good enough with Desmond at that point where he would give me what he promised, my old little like hook up with like servants and nobility and fancy clothes and all, yeah. So, but if it's already started, that means that he's leaving me out of the loop too. So we're in the same boat. And last night, Thrain was in Desmond's room by himself. I caught him as he came out.
I'm in Desmond's room by myself almost every night. Wait.
That's weird. That's really weird.
The Echo says it at the exact same time you do. That's really weird.
Desmond and I spend time alone together in his room most nights and discuss things, as we are usually up later than you guys anyways, since we only do 4 hours of rest. Well, I only need 4 hours of rest, so usually those 2 hours that you guys are already asleep, I'm hanging out with him.
Aha. So he's having these conversations with you about being Shatter Kai, and yet when there's a secret Shatter Kai meeting, you're still left out. I see.
Roderick and the Echo are circling you like sharks.
Yeah. Don't you see this as a little bit suspicious?
Sure.
Sure? That's all I get is sure? Come on. I cannot be the only one seeing all this weird stuff happening. The witch shows up conveniently just before the trial. And as all this scary shit that we faced together, have you ever seen me run off like that before? But the moment she opens her mouth, I am terrified beyond belief. Explain it. Explain it, Nell. Come on. Spooky Shatter Kai shit, right?
Bet you can't do it.
Right. Huh?
You're right, I probably can't do it.
Everybody's mysteriously nice to her, right? Mm-hmm.
Trust me, I am suspicious of her as well. I don't know about her being a witch, but she certainly has a charm about her.
Oh, a charm. I've been accused of being charming. That's something else. That ain't the same shit. Come on, Nell. Get on board with this. I'm not crazy. All the evidence is here. Come on. It's looking right at you. Everybody is not just good and they're just misunderstood. Some people are just assholes. I'm one of them. I should know.
I understand that, Roderick.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so what are we going to do about this?
Gather more evidence?
No, because the witch is in, she's going to say stuff, and then all of a sudden, all of that's going to change. That's probably why you're not on board with this as much as you should be right now. Tell me I'm wrong. This is all fishy.
Desmond's been distant from me since before she showed up, so.
But you're hanging out in his room, having talks late at night all the time. That doesn't sound like it to me. But suddenly, he's having talks without you the moment she shows up.
Are you trying to make me jealous of her?
Jealous? Look, I don't care who you're fucking. Okay? I don't care. Have fun with that. I'm trying to...
Echo comes up, starts rubbing his shoulders.
He's looking back, like, is it me? Am I explaining this wrong? Like, what?
Roderick,
Yes.
I understand your suspicions, and they are valid. Things have been odd, but it's also only been a day. And Thrain and Desmond have not been like they were going to do anything suspicious in the past. There is not a pattern here.
Echo throws his hands up. You owe me a silver. I told you they'd say that.
He pays up. Look, Thrain has been consistently getting more weird every time we go into combat. All of a sudden, he starts doing weird shit. His magic is not staying the same color. I don't know a lot about magic, but I know when someone's doing magic, it stays the same color.
I don't know if you've seen my magic chain color.
What?
That's my magic you're thinking of, Roderick.
Okay, yeah.
He doesn't
yep,
cast
right.
magic that's black, cast magic that's indigo.
So Thrain, only because he was staring at the object, I don't remember what it was that I cast light on, only because he was staring at it, saw it for maybe half a second.
Roderick has called out the weirdness of Thrain raging in combat, though.
Yeah, I'm not
That's what I was
disputing
thinking
that.
of.
I'm not disputing
Yeah.
that. That's separate.
Yes,
I'm just
I
saying,
will.
I don't think you've seen my magic change yet.
No.
Good.
Clearly, a change in magics doesn't mean that somebody is gone evil. And yes, his fighting style has changed. He and I have had a conversation about that. He's worried about if his magic were to leave him because Morden abandoned him, he would be powerless. So he's working on using his physical prowess more.
So what I'm getting here is that you're just gonna write off all the evidence that I'm giving you here and just say, oh, Roderick's crazy.
No, I told you I was going to gather more. We will keep this in mind. We're going to put a pin in it, and we'll come back to it later. How's that?
Fine. But if you start acting weird too, the moment you go and talk to the witch and come back, I'm shooting all of you.
The Echo's like, blah, blah.
She's a part of the traveling party now. We're going to end up speaking,
Is she
despite my
though?
not liking her.
Or is this the new leader sent by the Shatter Kai? The real Shatter Kai? No? Oh, come on, I've been working on these punchlines all night trying to get you to like, oh, you're right. You're nothing. I'm getting nothing. All right, fine. Go do your investigation. Whatever. I'll wait here and wait to get ganged up on, Shatter Kai murdered, or whatever it is you people do after you.
They'll have to take us both out.
Yeah.
Shatter Kai murdered. I don't even know what that entails, but okay.
I guess we're all gonna find out together.
I guess so. This entire fucking continent, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. I'm at least take out Thrain before I go.
He's a dwarf. Never mind.
That's what he wants you to think. He's an underdeveloped Shatter Kai. You know it, I know it, he knows it.
He's a Shatter Kai with dwarfism. Oh. God damn it.
That was pretty good, actually.
It's all right. I'm gonna go to my grave being right. My last words are gonna be Roderick was right, as always.
Well, I hope it's a long time before that happens.
Uh-huh. It's up to you and your new friends.
Eh, we should all probably work on getting together and finishing ironing out our plan for tomorrow. Excuse me.
Sure. Just letting you know now. Let the witch know. Don't say anything to me. I was keeping an eye on her. Nothing. Before, nothing. But the moment she said something to me, then something went weird. So you tell her, don't say shit to me. 'Cause otherwise, like he said,
Blah, blah.
I
We
will
stand
let
ready.
her know that she's not allowed to speak to you.
That's right.
Keep her spells to herself.
Nell
And
shakes.
then, and then, just watch. Just keep an eye on her. She's casting on Desmond. That's why he's acting weird.
I will keep an eye.
Try and get some enlightenment before you do, and you start seeing with more than just eyes.
Understood.
Yep.
Nell, Nell pulls his blindfold back down and starts unlocking the locks.
One with as many enlightenments as I no longer need eyes.
And they head out to just go sit in the restaurant and wait for everyone else.
As the door shuts, you hear the echo say, I sense that Nell left.
Me too.
Bran will probably be down there already.
As you two are down in the restaurant area, you see the front doors to the boot open up, and you see the High Blade walk in, followed by a small platoon of guard. And they're like walking towards the stairs, and he just like stops for a second, and he just turns and he looks at you two. And he, like, about faces, and he just starts heading in your direction.
Nell, like, just about to take their first bite, puts it down and just looks at him with almost desperations in their eyes, like, what? Good morning, Highblade Fenris.
Good morning. We need to discuss what the plan will be tomorrow.
Yes, that's already something that we know we need to discuss. So I'm the one who's to go stand trial. We were hoping to dress the others up as if they were Dragon Guard escorting so that they can keep an eye in case things go sideways, but...
He, like, stops you as you're saying that. He's like, let's gather the others and speak in private.
Sure.
And he, like, looks at you two, and he says, the meal's on me. And he just sort of, like, gives a nod over to the bartender. And then he walks back out into the lobby, and he just turns and waits for you two.
You get Roderick?
Yeah, Nell's just picking up their plate and walking with it.
Walk up, knock on Desmond's door.
Nell's kicking Roderick's door.
Come in.
Peek my head in. Highblade wants to talk to us about the plan for tomorrow.
Okay.
You hear him in the background. We can speak in your room, or we can do this in the barracks.
Just my room's fine.
And that works. Am I grabbing Esmeralda?
I'll grab her.
He
Just looks
like
in that
he like holds his
direction.
hand up for a second. He's like, "Who?"
Another member of our party.
Is she part of this?
Yes.
Give me either deception or a persuasion roll.
Watch this. Bam.
He's like,
Nell's walking in with her sandwich, with their sandwich at this point, like, she's an archivist, she does the notes. She handles our paperwork. As they're, like, eating the breakfast sandwich.
Sin, go ahead and roll it again. I'll give you advantage for Nell's assistance.
Would that be deception then?
Yeah, your call on that one. Okay. He gives you both like a pondered look for a moment, and he's like, very well. We had not accounted for an additional person. No matter. Get them and let's talk. And then him and like 5 guards move into Desmond's room.
Desmond like looks across the hall, and Esmeralda, in your mind, you hear Desmond say, apparently we are having a meeting to discuss tomorrow's events. You're muted.
No, I'm not. It's like, yeah, you are sugar. Mouse in it, but
No, you're muted.
That whole time I was like, she's coming out of the room already.
Now she is.
Yeah, no, she's just gonna walk out the door and head towards his room.
As you walk in, the High Blade, he turns to you and he extends a hand, and he says, "We haven't been introduced yet. My name is Fenris Dawnshroud, High Blade of the Dragon Guard."
She's gonna like look at his hand.
After a few seconds of him having his hand out, he like pulls it back and puts it behind his back.
My name is Esmeralda. And then she's gonna go sit down.
He's just like, the trial will be tomorrow at midday. I'm assuming everybody's in the room and doors shut at this point, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Like tomorrow, the trial will be tomorrow at midday. You want to impersonate Dragon Guard?
We all don't feel comfortable and safe with the trial.
Even under our protection.
We, as of now, don't know how far that protection goes and if it would oversee the laws of Durian and how that all works. We haven't had time to discuss it.
As you are all officially my prisoners, he kind of says with a chuckle, I must escort you personally and deliver you. You will not leave my sight or the sight of my men until you are presented to the Sphinx. I will ensure a safe delivery.
I think the issue is more that most of them do not trust to stand before the Sphinx. They don't trust the Sphinx. The Hag Countess has a large reach, and they fear that she may touch even him.
Roderick's gonna lean over and whisper to Nell. Wonder how much he's gonna get for our bounties.
This is
Exactly
just
what the one.
this is the high blade, and then just in general.
Got some good rolls there.
Yeah, you're clear. No one hears you. He just continues. I would be uncomfortable having you pose as Dragon Guard. If something were to go south, I would be implicated. We would be implicated. We are already at tenuous times with the factions at each other's throats. I fear that could be the inciting incident for war. If anybody wants to, if you want to try to talk him into it, you can roll a persuasion roll. He is very strong about his convictions. We're talking probably a DC 18.
All right, so with all due respect, Fenris, we don't expect anything to go wrong. This was just giving everyone else an escape route, where I would be taking the downfall alone.
I would rather stand by your side, and if something goes wrong, be there to assist, than to be
Is that not
wrongfully implicated.
So being there to assist, as you say, if something goes wrong, is that not exactly what the others in the Order would do as well? I don't see how that is falsely implicating if you are also moving to act in the same scenario.
If they do something outside of the purview of the law that requires us to intervene, that is on them. And if war breaks out because of that, that doesn't eat at my conscience. That's me doing the right thing. Me allowing you to portray one of my guard leading to something happening, that guilt bears solely on me.
The idea for the Dragon Guard in particular is if we come through the teleporter and it's Durian is going to be expecting the Order and Dragon Guard escorts. If anyone besides those two factions show up, they know something is going to be amiss.
Agreed.
And if we disguise ourselves and leave from the group to observe from a safe distance that almost immediately is going to be seen as suspicious.
I'm not understanding where the leaving is coming from.
If things go awry and we have to defend ourselves, I'm under the impression that this trial has had a fair share of capable individuals, and those overseeing the trial would have the capability of disrupting any type of magic or means of escape. So if things aren't just and what they say they are, us all being together on that stage would all be at the mercy to whatever effects they choose to put on us.
We're looking to potentially only lose one in the order, as opposed to all of us. Muted, Cliff.
You're muted. Who wants to roll the persuasion roll?
I'll do it.
Go ahead and do it with advantage because Desmond's helping you.
I don't think Desmond helping would be at an advantage.
Oh.
What?
No, that's
Fuck!
that's
Natural
pretty
19?
accurate.
So,
Please confirm that.
It confirmed itself!
Well, yeah, but you gotta keep going.
yeah. You're going for Jay's record.
I've already met Jay's record of 3.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, we're looking for a 4Z.
20's like for us.
He very sternly says, "No, I'm sorry. The agreement was we would keep you under our protection until we could bring you to the trial. You still need to clear your names. You still need to clear the name of the order. That includes all of you." And then as he says that, he sort of like turns and looks at Esmeralda, saying all of you and like not really knowing who the fuck she is.
Not an official member.
So
Sorry, I'm looking over skills right now.
I cannot dutifully agree to these terms of you skipping out on this. It's a vital step for you to clear your names.
Nell turns and looks at the rest of the order. So we all just stand trial. I apologize, that's not what I know a lot of you wanted.
It is what it is. It was gonna come to this eventually, no matter what. Whether you cleared our names or not, I feel we would still have to go up in front of the Sphinx. Ourselves.
You have my word that you have me and the might of the Dragon Guard at your side until this is cleared.
And how much are you willing to get involved? That doesn't really say much if you're just gonna say stand by and do nothing.
He like takes a step towards you and he's, "Do I strike you as a man who would stand by idly and do nothing?"
Under the right orders.
And what orders, pray that be?
I guess that's yet to be seen.
And until they
Well,
are seen,
that's enough.
I would hope you would give me the courtesy that I've given you.
Looks at Nell, understood.
At this
So
point,
rude.
Esmeralda's just like writing stuff down.
I'll be here wrapping up my affairs, paying off my tab.
Meet us in the southeasternmost part of the city tomorrow at midday.
Understood. Thank you, Highblade, for your generosity through all of this.
Thank you all for everything that you do. Your services under the order and all the other help that you have provided the city in your time here will not be forgotten. You are always welcome here.
I hope we can always consider you an ally.
And he extends his hand out for a shake.
And Nell shakes.
And then he shoots a glance over at Esmeralda, like, this is what you're supposed to do. And then he gives everyone else a nod. And he looks at one of the Dragon Guard and he gives them a nod and they open the door and then they all walk up.
After a minute, I'll walk out as well, and like I said, I'll be in my room.
Desmond like stands up, puts his hands on his hips, like looks around for a little bit, then looks over at Nell. I am too important to be taking these risks.
I'm sorry, this is not character giggles. These are not character giggles.
I played along with this long enough.
Just, I am too important to take these risks. Just really. I understand how you feel. And I understand your position among the Shatterkai. If you choose not to join us and to remain in Sandscale and do something and return back through other means than the transporter, then that is your decision.
As she's
Perhaps-
scribbling, she's just gonna say, if need be, I can get you out, sir.
You do have the ability to create invisibility potions, do you not?
Speaking of, A 2 for today. I guess if I research the subject, I can figure it out. I can also just cast the spell.
One way or the other, perhaps we could speak with Fenris once more about the possibility of you covertly joining us through means of invisibility and escaping through the crowd.
Regardless of how, I will not be stepping on that stage. I apologize if that makes situations difficult for the Order and Sandscale and the Dragon Guard. But I honestly could care less if it means that me surviving this ordeal means the entirety of Amethil gets to survive.
I don't think I understood that.
If me not standing on that platform means you die and the Dragon Guard, I will care less because I know that me staying alive means I can pursue my goal, which will save countless numbers more.
And I understand that, which is why I mentioned the invisibility, speaking with Fenris about you going through that way. If he's not comfortable with you going through the transporter, he is not comfortable with you going through the transporter, and you need to come through other means. Come back to rejoin through other means. I do not know how else to have this happen.
If Fenris is technically holding us as prisoners at the moment, while you all are on trial, I don't mind staying in the barracks. I assume Fenris will return to Sandscale and can inform me on what happened.
If that is what you wish to do.
And Desmond puts on his coat. But also, if things went bad and Fenris wants to turn me in, I'm not going in.
I know.
Yeah. I think Fenris's hands are tied here. The agreement with Durian is that we all stand trial, and I don't
even know if Durian knows that we are all here.
Some
Back to
first group of militants that they sent here, either they sent them or they found out, and if those idiots could find us.
That group of 15 you're referring to, they were from
Huh?
the adventurers who are up in Numpton. I know a letter was written to Morgan the Mad by them that they had found us, but there was nothing other than that.
Like, if the case was that they didn't know that we were here. I don't know why we're still here. Again, you already know my feelings on this whole thing, but I don't
Because I
think
intend to stand trial is why you're still here, so we're not attacked out there while I'm waiting to have a quick and easy transport there.
I understand. I'm not. I know that you have to do this. I'm just saying, I don't think they're going to be okay with just part of us showing up.
If Fenris is not on board with me staying in the barracks or possibly casting invisibility and staying in formation within each of the Dragon Guards, then it would not be on him or the Dragon Guards' fault if when you wake up in the morning, I simply am not here.
It just automatically to Nell, who's going to be showing up regardless to maintain their honor, they're going to say that's an admission of guilt. I've been in similar situations. They're going to, you know, and if
Not with this
anything,
fact.
they're going to say that we were helping the guilty and charge us with something else. And the end result is the same: guilty, lockup, execution, whatever their policy is.
At any rate, we need to go catch up with Fenris and discuss this. Nell is just going to turn and leave.
Is there any further conversation in the room?
Desmond finishes getting dressed, and as he goes to walk out, he looks at Roderick. You're okay with this now?
Okay with it? No. I've just given up on trying to talk them out of this. Apparently, this is something they feel they need to do. If it were up to me, we'd be in the wind already. Forget the stupid trial. We have so much bigger things to do or whatnot. But I know that if only part of us shows up, they're gonna say that you're running regardless. If you say, hey, here I am over here, I'm just not gonna go stand over there, they're gonna people in charge like to enforce their authority, and they will certainly do that, and you not showing up is going to be seen as an act of defiance. Again, not my first time going through this sort of thing. I know how this stuff works. This is not going to go well. So it has to be all of us or none of us. Hey, I get it. You have a much bigger priority. You have two bigger priorities. Getting the Hat Countess off your back. Fulfilling your original goal with your people. I get it. Put you in a tight spot. But it's either we agree to do this, as much as I hate it, or we're in the wind. We'll be fugitives. But we'll be able to continue what I consider to be more important goals than this.
Desmond walks up to Roderick, puts a hand on Roderick's shoulder and squeezes tight. the slightest issue arises, I will slaughter everyone and anyone to get out of that city.
You don't have to beat me to pulling the trigger.
Just like slowly nods.
He nods back. He turns and starts heading out.
And points in the direction of Nell. We've decided I will stand.
I'm assuming at that point it's just me and you.
The message comes back. Thank you.
And then there were two.
Okay. Now that they have left, if need be, my focus is you. I can create a distraction to make sure you are able to escape.
I am not worried about my means of escape. I am worried about magical interference.
Who would have the power to create something like that?
They have had these devices before that silences all types of essence. And if they have the capability of making a caller, I can only assume they have means of much wider range of disruption.
It does change things. I'll have to ponder on a different route.
You introduced with the Dragon Guard already, so anything you do out of the norm would arouse suspicion.
Define norm.
Coming with us through the portal and not staying with the immediate group. Although you don't need to step on any pedestal or stage to go on trial, I assume you will be on watch. If blades are drawn and magic is cast, I would not say prioritize anyone, but think of ways where the group as a whole can escape.
That is not the order that your sister had given me. My goal will always be to protect you. Now, I'm not saying if I would not attempt to help them as well after I ensure you are able to.
Desmond finishes getting ready and stands by the door. Don't forget, I am also quite capable myself.
I am aware.
I trust you will know what to do when the time comes. And whatever you choose, I will understand and have to live with it.
At that, she's gonna start walking towards her room.
Now, as you're walking through the city, you hear a voice yelling out for you. And as you turn through the crowd, you see a young, skinny little tiefling running towards you, holding a full set of plate armor in his arms as he's trying to navigate through the crowd. No, no!
And Nell runs up with a big smile on their face. It's good to see you, my friend. How are you?
I'm like trying to like look around the armor to like look you in the face and talk to you. Like, I'm good. I finished the
Nell
armor.
takes a big chunk of it out of the way.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad I caught you before you left. Sorry this took so long.
Oh, it's no problem. We're leaving tomorrow anyways, so...
Oh, I
Just
thought
in
it was
time.
today.
No, all is well.
He pulls like the chest piece off where like the rings were that you helped do it, and they're like, I left the ones that you put on even in here. They're the ones that they're these ones.
Nell's just smiling wide. Come on, let's get somewhere where we can try this on so you can see your work in action.
Yeah. My
Yeah.
place, your room. Where are we going?
Whichever's closer.
Probably the boot. This motherfucker lives on the south side of town.
I don't remember, okay? And so we take off for the boot.
Yeah. So he like shuffling behind you. Yeah. So he does that. Is anybody else doing anything noteworthy in their last day in Sandscale?
Yes. Although this is going to take a long time, so you can probably send me the details.
Sure.
But one thing is going to be attuning to that fucking necklace now. The necklace of adaptation. Then whether that succeeds or fails, he is going to start to identify everything. At 10-minute increments per item.
Sure. The necklace, as you go to put it on, as you put the necklace around your neck and clamp it on, you immediately feel the breath forced out of your lungs. It forces you to exhale. Can you please give me a Constitution saving throw? And
what do I need to succeed, though?
you need a 15 to succeed.
Fuck.
And you immediately feel your breath knocked out of you, and you start to panic a little bit, and as soon as you unclasp it,
I guess that's it then.
you could try again later if you want. If this is all you're going to be doing today, you technically get 3 chances to do it. 2 chances if you're going to be spending 30 minutes on identifying everything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so you just got the 3 things you haven't identified yet, right?
I think there was like scrolls and potions too. I don't know, unless someone else took those.
I have one more unidentified thing, but
Okay. The things I see that you have unidentified, you have three things that just say unidentified.
Yeah.
It looks like three scrolls. Oh no, you have 2 scrolls, a ring, a map, a wand. I think you already identified the wand. Yeah, you technically have 2 wands, a map, 2 scrolls, and a ring. So if you want to spend the time identifying those, you can, and then you could do one more attempt of putting the necklace on if you want.
Yep. All of that.
Sure. Go ahead and give me another con save.
He's ready for it this time.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I seen that nat 1 roll in there. I was about to say, you guys gonna find Desmond laying there blue in the face, like, kicking and screaming. The clasp is stuck.
I can't find where the clasp went.
You feel again the air forced out of your lungs, and you this time close your eyes, calm your breathing a little bit. You feel yourself start to focus. And you start to get the sense of a smell from back home. A smell that I wouldn't say is traditionally considered a good smell, like flowers or something like that, but it's something that you find endearing. You don't have to know what that is, but that is the smell that you get. Is it's not something traditionally that smells good, but something you like the smell of. Like how some people like the smell of gas, but that's not necessarily considered a good smell. That's like your whatever the fuck it is that you have, you like the smell of. You need to give me another roll. It could be any skill you want. It has to be a DC 12. It can't be your tools. Any other skill but your tools in this instance. Well, if you could tell me why it's your tools, you can use your tools. But any other role that you can justify for why this role reminds you of that smell. DC 12.
Why this check reminds me of the smell?
Yep.
Okay, Arcana. So, the smell, fucking surprise, surprise, is going to be a cleaning product that is caretaker would use, and anytime they would go by and like clean the area around Desmond's room, they would also use this scented cleaning supply.
Get that fabuloso.
And that's why Desmond does prestidigitation for all of his cleaning instead of hand cleaning stuff, because he's mimicking what she does.
I like it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me that Arcana roll. I think you did it.
So Desmond remembers that smell as he's trying to focus on this. And after being able to smell it, like not visualize, but like feel it so vividly during this, now whenever his prestidigit goes off, it'll be also accompanied by that scent.
Okay. And you successfully attune to the item, and in doing so, you get that wave of nostalgia that sort of rolls over you as you can just vividly smell that smell. And again, it's not necessarily a good smell, and if others smell it, they might not like it, but to you, this is like your smell. And I'll say that you tried it, failed, decided you're gonna identify everything, and then kind of in a moment of like impatience or whatnot, you're like, you know what, fuck that. Like, I'm wearing this thing. So you give it a go again and successfully do it the second time. Everything is identified. It's all in your inventory. Feel free to look through. It doesn't stay in the same position it was, so have fun finding them all.
I see 2 of them, but one of them, if I click on the info, there's like nothing in it.
The scrolls?
Well, the scrolls, I can tell what the scrolls are just by looking at them, but this ring,
Oh, interesting. It says, yeah, okay. For some reason, this says DM notes twice. There you go.
the name of it.
Yeah, there you go. Anybody else need to do anything of note?
I need to go to Lily's.
Okay.
Potions on order.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah. I'm going right here.
No, you're going to the little building actually next to that.
Oh, sorry. Right here.
There you go. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so you're going in there. You had some on order, you said?
Yeah, some greater healing potions. I gave some rare.
Oh, yeah. So she could craft them.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you have any greater healing potions in your inventory?
I have a spot for them, but it's at 0.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and add them in.
Remember how many? I gotta look.
I can find the notes, but I don't have them right now.
I don't remember if it's 1 or 2.
Add 2, it's fine. And when she gets in, she'll have them ready for you, and then she'll be like, "Do you have any other ingredients you want to trade with?" I know you had some more rare ingredients that you found outside of the desert here. I'd be willing to trade coin or barter for anything you see here.
What other specials do you have?
Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Not really. Maybe help me in a fight some, but I'm curious what else you have, because I do more than just fight. Generally.
Well, what are you looking to trade with?
I'll lay out the 3 rares I have left. And then I have numerous of the uncommon.
Well, lay all your cards on the table. What are we working with here?
I'll put the pouches that I keep, each of them separated out, in all uncommon, common, and rare, all on the counter.
You're like giving everything up?
I'm just gonna. This is what I have.
What's the total amount of uncommons you have?
67. So like it's a pouch that's
80
overflowing.
Fucking 89 common.
There's 2 pouches of a common.
There's her eyes like light up when she sees all of this. She's like starts digging through with like some of the different things that she has. She's like, "Oh, I haven't seen one of these in 50 years." She goes, "I want all your rare, all your common, and 50 of your uncommon. And I will give you," and she starts fumbling through, and she pulls 2 potions out. She said, "This one here will give you the strength of a giant. And this one here will evoke a power from within that you've never felt before. Some say that the taste of this forces their bodies to the maximum. And for meta knowledge on it, one would be a potion of giant strength, obviously. But one would be a potion of maximum power. That basically says if you cast a spell that is 4th level or lower within 1 minute of drinking this potion, you don't have to roll for the damage on it. It's just max dice. And it doesn't have to be damage either. You can do it with healing. So basically, anything that you would roll die for.
Anything in that minute, just the once or anything in the minute?
The first time you cast a spell within a minute of drinking it, you roll the max die. And it can be up to a 4th level spell. And if it helps seal the deal anymore, that one is like a purple, like a purple liquid. While you think of that, anybody else have anything else of note they want to do?
But how my armor looked out.
Fucking amazing.
Dope as fuck, yes.
Perfect fit. The only things that like traditionally you would consider as like an imperfection would be like the ones that you made, but they're not bad. They just stand out a little bit against the others, but it's almost like that is your, like that's how you know this is your armor. Like this is the identifier of it, that like no one else would notice this, but you notice because he pointed them out, like those, and you almost have a sense of pride of like, I did that. Like I might not have been able to make this full set, but like here's my contribution, and like where they are positioned, like without those rings there, this armor would fall off. Like your contribution is literally holding this armor together.
Awesome. That's adorable. Now how do I put this shit on my body?
I gotta add it to your inventory. Anybody else? Roderick? Esmeralda?
Roderick's going to experiment with his echo, handing his revolvers over to the echo, and then dismissing him, and then seeing if the idea is to see if the echo can keep his guns, and then when he summons him back, if he still has them.
Meta-wise, I don't think there's anything that says that you can't do that.
You just check in and see what the limits are.
Going full board. Just here, take them. Hopefully they'll come back.
What if they don't come back?
That's my thought.
He comes back and he's like, I don't know, boss.
The idea was that, but he's not using his guns, obviously. He's going to hand him like something out of the room to...
Like a rock.
I was gonna say, you want to explain that shit to Desmond real quick?
It's
Trial one. I lost my guns.
It's like, yeah, you got any more of those?
Desmond, I got good news and I got bad news. Good news is I'll never do this again. Yeah, that's fine. You could definitely do that. Like I said, meta-wise, it has all the same stuff that you have, so theoretically speaking, it should have it regardless. But I know that like lore-wise, it didn't really. It doesn't use its guns. So I guess that could be kind of like a loophole. I won't use my guns, but your guns? And they're not the ones that caused me grief.
And aside from that, he's gonna spend his day blindfold practicing.
All right. Go ahead and we'll call it 2 rolls for that one.
All right. Disadvantage.
Yes.
1 and a 2. What? Oh, the second one didn't roll. Let's try that again. There we go.
One's a good, one's a bad.
Yep.
You're like, if I've been counting this correctly, you're 2 shy of where I hoped you would be at the end of this. So, for shits and giggles, let's see if we can go ahead and give 2 more. If you can make both of them, I'll tell you what I had planned on doing. If not, I'm going to make you wait until the next time you roll successfully, which will be tomorrow sometime or later.
All right, so 2 more.
2 more. Disadvantage.
All right.
There's 1.
2.
Aww.
You got 1.
Unless Megan wants to give up their nat 19 for you.
Sure, why not?
Yay.
All right. Roderick, as you are doing this final preparation, making another one of your rounds, you have this sudden like rush that shoots over you, and like as you're like capping the casing, like all of a sudden you like get shot back into your chair, and you gain such an enlightenment that
Hell yeah.
all of a sudden you start perceiving the world around you. Not
God,
as
sentient now.
not in not in flashes as you had before.
Mm-hmm.
You full on see the world around you while you are wearing this blindfold. As such, this blindfold has evolved. As long as you are wearing it, you have blind sense for 60 feet.
Oh shit! All right.
Anything that you roll with a perception roll that is not sight, you get to roll with advantage.
Okay.
And rolling with perception will no longer count as a disadvantage. Which means that you do not need dark vision at this moment.
Yeah.
But once you take it off, you're back to just boring ass human.
Boo.
And I'll have to build the effects for that.
All right.
And Nell, you got at least a strength of 15, right?
16 is my strength.
Beautiful. Because otherwise, I was about to say, we're going to have to go with half plate. But you're good. You got it. And it is now in your inventory. I have already equipped it for you. And
I think it may have equipped the other armor too. Yeah.
You're good. I got that off.
I was like,
Well-
27 would be nice, but
No.
false.
Thrain, yes or no on the deal?
40 uncommon, you have a deal.
Give me a persuasion roll for Barter. She will contest it. She sort of scratches her chin and she's thinking about it and she's like, all the uncommon, or all the common, all the rare, 40 uncommon. She, like, takes it and she, like, groups it all together and she slowly pulls it towards her, and then she takes the potions and she slides them to you. She's like, if you ever come back in Sandscale, come and see me. I'll put all of this to good use.
I'm sure you will. And hopefully when I come back, I'll have more rares.
Yes. It's like, if you start near the collapsing wild and you find any of the ice lilies, I will pay top dollar for those. Or I
Who's
can make you
peeing all over the
something
map?
extra special.
Sorry, I was trying to switch between. I have my maps stacked up. I'm sitting here like I'm trying to grab this map in particular.
Okay, sorry. It's just like watching all over Sandscale. Just
Cliff, where are the collapsed wilds? By the collapsed cavern?
The collapsing rise. Sorry. They are basically the mountain that separate northern and southern Amethil.
Yeah. What was she looking for again?
An ice lily. Hey, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
High or low?
Hi.
It's pretty low.
Why?
No reason.
I think I can figure out why.
All right. Esmeralda, was there anything that you wanted to do before all this crazy shit that you got thrusted into against your will happens?
Yes, I
Okay.
am going to investigate the note that he gave me with the spell.
Sure. You could give me a Arcana roll. So what are you trying to do with it? Are you trying to research it? Are you trying to activate it? Are you trying to...
So, with them already showing me what it did,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be more so to understand it.
Okay. Arcana, investigation, either one that you want to. But if you're trying to use it, you need a nat 20.
I wouldn't say I'm trying to use it. I would just, let's do this one.
I mean, you get the gist based on Thrain's explanation and seeing it work, and you see it here, but like this is something that you've never experienced before, and it is far beyond your current understanding. So to you, I mean, it's really no different than any other like hieroglyph or runic language that you've come across in your studies. You can't discern one from another at this point. You're just too, I'll say, in a non-insulting way, you're too inexperienced for what this entails.
Okay.
But you could study it, make note of it, and if you continue to do so, you may be able to gain some understanding of what it is.
Okay.
Anything else? That's not gonna take up a whole day.
Yeah, no, it's not.
You can fuck with that for like an hour and be like, yeah, I just don't get it.
I might go wander around town just
Sure.
to see everything.
Okay.
Not like anywhere in particular.
That's fine. Wander around. If there's anything in particular that you decide you want to do, look for anything, shoot me a message. We can work with that. For all intents and purposes, you all fall asleep. You wake up.
I was not asked at all.
Oh, I thought that you doing the armor and whatnot was like what you planned on doing for the day. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was on my way back and you just had me run into a cuff.
You don't get
Fuck, bro.
You don't get a choice. This is what you're
Right.
doing.
This
You
is your
just tried on armor. That's your entire day.
I mean, I figured you were
Really
like.
good looking armor.
All right,
I'd
sorry.
like to potentially finish my greater healing potion.
Sure, you can make a tep for that for sure. Y'all making it seem like you're gonna need healing potions for some reason. I don't understand.
Yeah,
Dirty
that's
20 will do it.
That one.
You did finish it.
Sweet.
Y'all don't seem very trusted. I don't understand.
Can I attempt to identify my last unidentified?
Do you have the spell identify, or are you going to be trying to do it old-fashioned way?
Old-fashioned way.
You sure can. Need
Although,
a.
hold on, I think I might actually be a spell that I will have now. I don't remember.
I don't think paladins have that spell. That's a niche
Bard.
spell. Oh, right, bard.
I don't think I have it in my bard spells. Womp womp. Nope.
Yeah, you can do a. You could do an herbalism roll if you wanna.
I'll do that herbalism roll.
Because it is a potion that you're doing. So.
Ah.
How do bards work for their spells? Are they just like me, where they have them all?
They play
They
flutes.
just have to prepare
They're like
them?
doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And they're just
Is it
magic.
like, they have them all and they just gotta prepare them?
They do not have to prepare the spell, but they only have a certain amount that they can only know a certain number.
Okay.
They have access to that full range that they know, but it's
And
a
I
very
have to
limited
prepare the
pool.
day, right?
Okay.
You don't
so
you don't
have
you don't have to
unlimited-
prepare. You don't have to you only know a very small
Right,
amount of
right,
spells,
yep.
and you could do any of
Paladin is
those.
I could prepare for.
Correct,
I knew
yes.
It was one is one way, one is
Okay.
the other.
Yeah. So this potion, it still eludes you as to what it is.
All right. Remainder of the day is packing up my stuff and from my old armor returning the artificer infusion that I guess he had done on it. Be like, hey, so.
That black
Desmond.
crystal.
Yeah.
Jess was like, so.
I got new armor, so the infusion you placed on my old armor just hands the crystal over. Isn't really necessary anymore.
Just like flicking it up and catching it. Flick it up, catch it.
I wouldn't be upset to have it on the new armor.
That's what I was waiting for. Leave it
Yeah,
here. I'll do it for the day.
Awesome.
All right. Then we will set the sun on this day. You all wake up in the morning, the day of the trial, as you all mentally prepare to travel to Durian to face the Sphinx. That's where we will end it at for the night. And we'll have
Happy
fun with that
Valentine's
one
Day, you nerds.
next week. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. I appreciate Sin wearing some pink. That was nice of him.
I didn't even realize I had pink on. Look, I did it too.
I'm in all black.
Welcome to our
appreciate
club,
that.
Adam.
I had Brittany wearing pink socks with hearts on them today. She was wearing all black, but like she had pink socks on, and I have black pants on and black socks, so we were matching.
Ah.
Just like differently. Very
Yeah,
cute.
yeah,
very
yeah. You didn't know we were matching until she took her shoes off, but we were matching.
So cute, matchy matchy.
That's right. And we're wearing the same underwear. Kinda.
Okay.
I'm not gonna explain that, but
You know, you don't have to explain your pink cheetah thong to me.
I'll just say that we both had MeUndies subscriptions for a long time. God damn, what the fuck is going on in the D&D world today? There's so many that are like may contain sexual themes. People going ham on Valentine's Day roleplay.
Hey. They knew what day it was.
I'm about to say, damn, that's a good looking layout. That's ours. It's a new layout. I got to get used to it. Let's go check out. It's Styler, who is on campaign 3, session 76. Hell yeah! And they're only an hour 55 into it. These motherfuckers know what's up. Right out to them. We'll be back next week for the Sphinx trial, which I don't think
Finally.
you guys are going to need greater healing potions for, but you may. I don't know. I
It's
don't
for the
know.
rest of our travels.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll find out. Thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful night. Happy Valentine's Day, and bye. What the fuck is the starting screen? There it is. And we have read it.